Oh. I'd like to call to order the Committee of Claims and Pending Suits.
Wait a minute. We got echo on the.
Ooh, I was wondering if that was me.
Lillian said today when she was here that that it was loud today.
All right, we're online, we're good? All righty. I'd like to call to order the Committee of Claims and Pending Suits at 5:24. Rick, will you call a roll? Order, please.
Chairman Rubio.
Here.
Councilor Ruggio.
Yeah.
Councilor Moreno. 2 in attendance.
Anyone here for public input online or, okay. Now we have pothole claims, city roads. We have Barbara Pacheco here. Counselor, would you like to take her, please?
Sure. So I'm going to take up item number 2, and I'm going to go down the list and go out to Barbara Pacheco, a claim for $126.36 for a pothole. Motion to take up.
Motion's been made by Counselor Rubio, second by Counselor. Yeah, Counselor Rubio?
Yeah.
It's weird. Counselor Rubio to take up item number. What was that?
There's a.
Okay. How are you, Barbara?
I'm good.
Or Mrs. Pacheco?
Oh, Barbara.
Would you like to take the floor, please?
Yeah, I'm submitting the claim. I know it's past the 70 rule. But what happened was I was going by the school and I hit the pothole, but nothing happened immediately. It wasn't a few days later I started like losing air in my tire. And so I went and I just thought it was a whole tire and I got it kept putting air in it. And then a few days later, I'd have to put air in it again. And then finally I went and brought it to a tire place and what they said, they fixed the tire, but they said not may need a new tire. And so I let it go a little bit longer and it kept losing air still. And so that's when I got the tire replaced.
Okay, thank you for that. Counselor, any questions?
No, I understand that situation. However, I know it's a statute, right? Am I correct, Councilor Milos, on that with the 7 days?
Well, ordinance derives from statute.
Yeah, so it's part of our ordinance, unfortunately, that you got to file within a 7-day period in order for us to really approve it. We usually don't go out of that scope. There's a couple of things we follow. It's a 7-day rule and it's a $300 cap. And if I'm correct, am I correct in stating that, Councilor Milos?
You are.
Yeah, so I know you waited, but it's unfortunate. It's past the 7 days and it kind of, it's part of our process and procedure,
So the only thing is that it was trying to avoid
Yeah,
putting a bill to the city.
I appreciate
That's
that.
why I went by there today and the pothole is all broken up again.
Is it? Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad, but just
There's no exceptions.
Council Milos, we usually do not, right? Because that's
I can only say as long as I've been sitting with the committee and Rick, as well as I do, I can't remember claim substantive.
The only
except when they file
wrong place. If they file in the wrong place and then it comes here after 7 days, we accept them. But other than that, we've never.
But even then, in those circumstances, typically we require proof that it was actually filed in the 7 days.
Right.
Just at the wrong place.
right. So like if you were on Newport Avenue and you file at Newport Avenue and you filed within 7 days and you went to us and then you went to, well, that's the wrong one. Say you said
went to the
state.
or you went to the wrong city, like you thought that the pothole was in
Central Falls.
Central Falls, but it was actually in Pawtucket. Then in those instances, the committee considers it to be timely filed because the claimant did try, but they filed it in the wrong place. This, unfortunately, Barbara, you didn't file, and I understand why. And I was listening very intently to the facts, because I don't think I've quite had a case where we had somebody with a tire and you weren't really sure if it had to be replaced or not, but you just stated that within a couple of days, you came to realize that it was something that was gonna have to be replaced, and yet this is way past the time frame. We're looking at March 27th versus April 13th. The only concern that I ever have as the solicitor is if you open the door, you've now opened it and everyone's going to exploit it.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I just wish you would have filed it, you know, I know you were trying to do it nice by the city and appreciate that, but I wish you would have filed, once you saw there was an issue, you know, had it taken a look at and then you could have filed it on time. But for that reason, you know, because it wasn't within that 7 days, you know, we generally don't make exceptions because it, again, then we set a precedent, and this has been going on since Council Miles has been on this board, and it's been many, many years.
We got that legislation from the state back in the 90s.
Well, they had it for the state.
They did,
And then they said, well, if it's good for the state, it's good for the cities.
Right.
what we said.
So,
We got to pass, but
All right. Do we have a motion?
yes, unfortunately, I'm
Unfortunately.
gonna have to make a motion to deny because of the time, Papa. I'm sorry about that.
Motion's been made by Council Ruggio, second by Council Rubio, that we deny claim for Barbara Pacheco in the amount of $126.36. Burke, will you call a roll, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes to deny.
Counselor Arujo.
Yes.
2-0.
Okay, the next one is, thank you for coming, Barbara. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Bob.
The next one's a pothole claim I want to take up for Stacy DeCruz in the amount of $707.41. Motion to take up.
I felt bad.
Motion's been made by Council Ruggio to take up Stacy De Cruz. Am I correct on that? Yes. For the amount of $707.41 for a pothole. Any council, I'm sorry, Chris, anything on this?
No, we had a pothole there and, we ended up filling it.
Okay, and this
Pretty
is,
straightforward.
yeah, and this,
Oh,
it was 9 days.
28th, yeah.
So this one, occurred on 3/4 and it was filed on March 20th,
This one was always also filed to the Rhode Island DOT first within 7 days.
within 7 days. Yes,
And then
right.
16 days later, it was filed in Pawtucket. But what I did realize is that on the
Yes.
11th,
Yes,
no,
because,
but it needed to be filed with the city on 3/11, but then it was filed on 3/17. Am I correct on that?
well, the city clerk said March 20th, but then it said 3/17 on a signature.
That's what I'm
So,
saying.
yeah, so that would be a difference of 9 days and 6 days, right?
After it was
After,
recommended to file with the city. So what is our recommendation there when they file with the state, denied, referred to city, and then late on the submission?
so March 20th,
We've never looked at how many days after the state, as long as
Okay.
they filed within the time with the state,
Like, that's what we go by.
that's what we've always, I mean,
No, I agree. I don't think we've ever actually, got down that deep into the weeds.
Yes.
We've never thought about it because I'm not sure it's really ever been an issue.
no, we've never counted the days after.
Okay,
Once we know that they filed within 7 days somewhere, we've
then
always
okay,
accepted it.
all right.
right? So
Then
at that point, I would
Then-
make, yes, I would make a motion to approve in the maximum amount of $300.
motion has been made by Councilor Ruggio, excuse me, to approve Stacy DeCruz for the amount of $300 for a pothole. Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Counselor Rubio.
Yes.
Counselor Arujo.
Yes.
2-0.
Next one would be a take up for Miguel Miranda in the amount of $307.14.
Motion has been made by Councilor Ruggio, second by Councilor Rubio, to take up Miguel Miranda for the amount of $307.14 for a pothole. Need a roll call.
What's that?
Anything on this, Chris?
The same, there was a pothole and duplication and we filled it.
Okay. So for some reason, I always think George Bennett Highway is a state highway. It's not.
Correct. We have that conversation every time.
constantly,
It would
right?
have it would have a route number. Ones that are state roads have
Why?
route numbers.
Really?
Yeah, like
Oh,
Mill Spring
okay.
Avenue is Route 15 and.
Yeah.
And it's always labeled that way?
Newport
And
Avenue
why
is
have
1A.
I never paid attention to route numbers?
Yeah, so like you said, Smithfield Avenue is 126.
126,
Armistice Boulevard is 15.
15,
Is Newport Avenue one?
1A.
1A.
That's
1A.
1A.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Well, this just came
I'm
up.
gonna ask you again.
I bet Chris wishes that George Bennett Highway was state. but
It's late, but they filed with the state first.
Within the 7.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because they got back on 3/9, the state got back to them,
Yeah,
but then 11 days later, they filed the city, so that's where I had a little heartburn with it, I
Yeah,
didn't
you
know.
can change
Yeah,
the
well,
policy now
now
that
it-
that's been brought up. You can decide that. I mean,
Within
you didn't create that policy. That policy goes back at this point, probably decades, where the committee decided just from an equitable perspective, when there was proof that they had filed, albeit in the wrong place within the 7. You can actually. set
right, but then
another
what
limit.
happens if they come a month later and say,
Yeah.
or 2 or 3?
You
Right.
can say, look, you gotta do it forthwith or within 5 days or 3 days. If you
Mhm.
wanna set the policy going forward, so the clerk's office knows, I don't think that's unreasonable. Because I think you're right. We just denied Barbara for being out of time. I get that we've created the exception, but those people shouldn't get 30 days to file a claim.
Right,
You know, that's a long time.
and maybe it's an additional 7 days from the
I mean,
time,
from
you
the
know?
time that they get actual notice from
Mhm.
the other municipality or the state that it's actually Pawtucket, they should file immediately,
Right,
like within a day or two.
exactly.
So this is 15 days after the occurrence. The last one we approved was 16 days after the occurrence, right?
So I think you kind of stuck tonight, but you
Yes.
can make a policy, I
Yeah.
think, beyond today.
Yeah,
Or if
let's,
you want.
let's circle back on that.
Is that something we have to go through ordinance or?
No, it's
No?
committee, I think, no, I don't think, it's not, this is policy that they created, the committee created, It's that never.
Yeah, but it's the ordinance that says for 7 days, isn't it?
No, I understand, but we're
No.
talking theoretically, Rick, they're beyond the 7
No, I got
days. They can create a policy, whether or
Okay.
not they're gonna approve or not approve, just like they decided your predecessors that you
Mhm.
would accept
Okay.
filing.
All right, so,
How long does the state normally take to get back to?
Well, I think it's less when they get back. It's how quick they act after they get the notice from.
Right.
I think that's.
So that's.
That is exactly what the policy would be, is implemented after they get notice. Correct.
Yeah,
So as for that email, they had like 17 days later?
yeah, one
That's
was
when they
16,
filed.
one was,
The time and notice.
Yeah,
notice was
Just like everyone.
on the
Exactly.
9th, and they had 11 days that they did it. The last one, they were noted on the 11th, and they did it for the 20th, right?
Mhm.
So this one was 11 days, that one was 9 days? No, yeah, 9 days.
yeah, I would probably make a recommendation to do at least 7 days from the time they get notice or declined from any.
The issue you're gonna have, the only issue I can see you're gonna have,
Mhm.
like, the state sends you letters dated April 9th, May 9th or whatever,
Yep.
and they'll say, well, I didn't get it till the 21st.
but you know, something that you say.
Everything's electronic now. with
Yeah.
State.
So didn't they send them an
file
email?
online And they get an immediate
Yeah.
notification that it's accepted,
Mm-hmm.
or, if it's not accepted, within a day or two, they're getting notified that it's, you filed in the wrong place.
Then 7 days is plenty of time.
Now, is it required for them to give them notice within a certain amount of time that it's not where they were supposed to file? I guess,
That's up
Not
to the
really,
state
no,
or the
no.
other city.
No different than us here. They file it and it's whenever it gets on the committee docket. So,
I mean, you could file it here and it won't even get on it won't come before the committee for, almost a month.
right, Counselor?
I think at this point in time, we already set the precedent today, but I think moving forward, it could be a type of conversation just for what the deputy clerk said. These were, you get mailings, but now everything's electronic. So the change has been implemented where it's electronic, it's instant. So now I agree with you, Chair, that if we have 7 days after the notification, if it was by regular standard US mail, there's a little bit of,
Well, maybe
a little more,
US is like 14 days, right?
Yeah.
Give them double the time.
you know.
I'm just
Whatever you.
throwing
we-
numbers
we-
out there, but
but
let's.
we'll
circle
address
back on
that.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying you would even consider this, but you go the opposite way. You could say, you know something, we're not even going to accept it anymore. If you don't file in the right place in this day and age, everything's online. You should know where you're supposed to file. You should know what's a state road. I'm kidding. Or not. No, but I'm just saying, you could
Yeah,
You had me at one
we'll-
point and then I started going another way.
we'll bring that up at
Yeah.
the next meeting,
Right.
right? So,
There are some,
Let's-
there
I'm gonna-
are some cities in town said, if it's a pothole claim,
Okay,
they just
let's
deny it.
circle back and then let's push forward. We have a
yeah,
very
so I'm
long
gonna-
agenda.
so, I'm gonna make a motion to approve, Miguel Miranda's, claim in the maximum amount of $300.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Ruggiero, second by Counselor Rubio, that we approve Miguel Miranda for the amount of $300 for a pothole. Rick, will you call roll, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes.
Counselor Ruzo.
Yes.
2-0.
Okay, the next one is for, Freddie Osario for the amount of $283.88. Motion is to take up.
Motion's been made by Counselor Ruggiero, second by Counselor Rubio, that we take Freddie Osorio for the amount of $283.88 for a pothole.
I think this is straightforward, I think.
Also straightforward, yep.
So I'm gonna make a motion to approve this one in full amount.
Motion's been made by Counselor Arujo, second by Counselor Rubio, that we approve Freddie Osario for the amount of $283.88 for a pothole. Rick, will you call, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes.
Counselor Ruzo.
Yes.
2-0.
Okay, the next one is for Brenda Lucia in the amount of $300. Motion to take up.
Motion's been made by Counselor Rubio that we take up Brenda Lucier for the amount of $300. Director, do you have anything on this? Counselor, questions? Actually,
Yeah, there was something on this I wrote down.
So I do have I do have a question for you, Director. So I noticed that the incident says that it occurred at 3. We're saying that the job was completed at 9:51, so that couldn't have happened. How does that happen? So are we saying that the claimant might have happened somewhere else? Are we saying that it's impossible for it to happen after that time?
Yes, because,
Did we go back and look at it?
yes, we went back and looked at it, but, the issue was either they didn't put the right time or date on their application or their claim form, I mean, we were there in the morning repairing it, so there's no way. Cause it was all, we didn't just patch it, we ended up, cutting out and overlaying that whole area, because we had an issue in that whole
Okay.
section.
Counselor, any questions on this?
No, I think it's pretty, straightforward based on the timelines. If they put the wrong time, I mean, we can only go by what they put here, so I'm gonna make a motion to deny this claim.
Great, motion's been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Rubio, that we deny the claim for Brenda Lucier for the amount of $300 for a pothole. Rick, will you call a roll, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes, to
Counselor
deny.
Ruzo.
Yes.
2-0.
Next one will be taken up, will be Robert Massey in the amount of $904.87.
Which has been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Rubio, that we take up Robert Massey for the amount of $904.87 for a pothole.
I think this one's pretty straightforward as well, filed in time. There was a pothole that was addressed on 410 the day after in that area. So I'm gonna make a motion to approve at the maximum amount of $300.
Motion's been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Rubio, that we approve the amount for Robert Massey for the amount of $300 for a pothole. Rick, will you call a roll, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes.
Counselor Ruzo.
Yes.
2-0.
Okay, and then a pothole claim for Abby Patnoid in the amount of $209.03. Motion take up.
Motion's been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Rubio, that we take up Barbara, oh no, Barbara's all set.
Yes, Abby.
Patnod
Patnoid.
for the amount of $209.03 for a pothole. Any discussion on this?
So
I mean,
it looks like it was too late, right? Because the date of occurrence was 3/27. Oh, well, there's a date of 4/4. It was changed.
It's 4/4.
It looked like it
on
was
the
overwritten
signature.
and it was stamped 4/8. So this is where I get a little confused here on this one.
Well-
It's stamped one date,
Because that's when they sign it and submit it to the clerk's office.
so there's a delay.
Am I right? Yeah.
and it just hadn't gone through the process for a few days.
And then it was
They
stamped.
might have filled it out at home and signed it, and then didn't turn it into us.
So technically it's out of
Until
time
we,
Correct.
until we received it.
because
Would
the
be
date of occurrence was 27th.
with whatever date stamp. on.
So definitely over the 7 days.
So motion to deny based on being too late.
Motion's been made by Counselor Ruja that we deny Abby Patnod for the amount of $9.03 for a pothole. Rick, will you call a roll, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes, we
Counselor
deny.
Ruzo.
Yes.
2-0.
Next one, it's item number 3, pothole
I think you
claim,
can take those together.
pothole claims in other city. I will take them together. The first one will be for Barbara O'Neill in the amount of $1,480. Eldeberto Contreras,
Contreras.
did I say it right? Close, right? $788.93. And Nicole Rafferty in the amount of $571.36. Motion is to take up these claims.
Motion's been made by Counselor Ruja that we take up the pothole claims for Barbara O'Neill for the amount of $1,480 for a pothole. Adelberto Contreras for the amount of $788.93 for a pothole. And Nicole Rafferty,
Rafferty.
okay,
Very,
for the amount of $571.36 for a manhole. I move to take these up.
okay, so the first one, it states that, this address is actually in Central Falls for Barbara O'Neill. So for Barbara O'Neill, I would make a motion to deny and refer the claimant to Central Falls.
Are we gonna keep going or?
Sure.
All right, the second one for Mr. Contreras. That one, the address of the,
Providence.
was Providence, so my motion on that one would be deny and refer it to Providence. And lastly, Nicole Rafferty, that one happened in the city of Central Falls as well. It's the same as Barbara's, so I'm gonna make a motion to deny and refer to the city of Central Falls for Miss Rafferty.
Motion's been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Rubio, that we deny the claims referred to Central Falls DPW for Barbara O'Neill in the amount of $1,480 for a pothole, and Nicole Rafferty for the amount of $571.36 for a manhole. Motion's also been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Rubio, to deny and refer to Providence DPW Edilberto Contreras for the amount of $788.93 for a pothole. Rick, will you call a roll, please?
Chairman Rubio. Counselor Ruzo.
Yes.
Yes.
2-0.
Item number 4 is a pothole claim, State Road, Tyler Macedo, in the amount of $235 for a pothole. Motion is to take up.
Motion was made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Rubio, that we take up Tyler Macedo for the amount of $235 for a pothole. I move to take this up.
All right, so this one here, Mr. Macedo, said he's tried to file filing through RIDOT, which was incorrect, but he did not know until today or the date that he filed with the city. But unfortunately, I don't see any data for a filing. So, I mean, if he could, I think it's late, so I would make the motion to deny. He could always come,
But we're
I think
saying
that one's
we're
referring
saying
to
that it should
DOT.
be-
we could still,
It should be denied and referred to DOT.
Yeah, that's the one that we're referring.
yeah, we could do that, right, all right, but we don't, do you still go by that 7-day rule because we
No,
don't?
because I think he filed here, but inadvertently, he should have filed with DOT. I don't know what they do.
Okay,
With claims that are filed.
I think they usually go.
Do they take them also like we do?
okay, so I will make a motion to deny and refer to DOT.
Motion's been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Rubio, that we deny the claim for Tyler Macedo for the amount of $235 and refer him to the Rhode Island DOT. Rick, will you call a roll, please?
Oh, sorry. Counselor Rubio.
Yes, to deny.
Counselor Ruzo.
Yes.
2-0.
Going on to item number 5, property damage claims. Laura Agustina Lynch, $85 property damage. Motion to take up.
Motion's been made by Counselor Rujo that we take up Laura Agostini Lynch for the amount of $85 for property damage. Any discussion on this?
This is for, if I may ask, Mr. Crowley, what do you, make of this?
Yeah, this, area, a lot of, there's no curbings, the grass, or they have little rocks that go right up to the roadway.
Mhm.
And we are plowing, sometimes they get a little close to the edge. And this is what we believe at this location happened because of, how their grass, blends right into the road, edge of the roadway.
So would it be a difference if with the curbing? I mean, if whether we consider it being a city issue or not, if something was broken? I mean, where's the differential between the grass and the curbing?
If we had a curbing plow, we have a curb edge, curb guards on the plow. And we would be able to feel the curbing and then we can back off sometimes. Based on how much snow they have, sometimes they misjudge how close they are to the edge. And a lot of times up in this area, which a lot of times we have to go back and fix the loom and stuff, but this case, we went a little too far and hit the sprinkler head.
Okay.
Way to make a motion. Motion to approve in the amount of $85.
Motion's been made by Counselor Ruggio, second by Counselor Rubio, that we approve Laura Agustini Lynch for the amount of $85 for property damage. Rick, will you call the roll, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
2-0.
Next one is for Anna Quadros, in the amount of $1,111.39 for property damage. Motion to take up.
Motion's been made by Counselor Counselor Arujau, second by Counselor Rubio, that we take up Anna Quadros for the amount of $1,111.39 for property damage. I move to take this up.
One quick
Any
thing,
discussion?
Miss Quadros reached out to me on a couple occasions on this. She wanted to be here, but she had something going on, so medical, so she couldn't be here. So Chris, I did reach out to you on this. Could you take the lead on this?
Oh, yeah, so, this was, right after the blizzard. As everyone knows, we had the house snow on the sidewalks, and then off the street. We had to go back to this location to remove it due to, vision being blocked, coming out to be on Division Street.
At the corner, right?
Yeah. It was a tight corner and I was actually there when we were moving it and the road operator, city road operator, put the top of the fence post. We did damage it. That's what they just used for the operator, but because at Division Street, there was cars and somebody wasn't stopping when we told him to stop and but it came to this, but so he had to move in a little further, otherwise he would have ended up getting hit. Or rear-ended, so. That's why the damage did occur. And it was the city road that did it.
You good?
Yeah.
All right, well,
Do we
with
have
that being
any
said, I will make a motion to approve in the amount of $1,111.39.
Motion's been made by Counselor Arujau, second by Counselor Rubio, that we approve Anna Quadros for the amount of $1,111.39 for property damage. Rick, will you call roll call, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
2-0.
Next item.
All right, so the next one would be property damage claim of Gregory W. Smith of $1,016. Motion to take up.
Motion's been made by Counselor Arujau, second by Counselor Rubio, that we take up Gregory W. Smith for the amount of $1,000.16 for property damage. Any discussion on this?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, ask Chris. Can we ask Chris
Yeah.
about this one? So both of them say it wasn't sure if it was done by a city plow or city loader. So basically, it definitely was a city vehicle that caused this problem, or am I mistaken?
I think that's how I'm taking it.
You know, I just want to make sure I talk to the director.
Yeah, I apologize, it sounds like they either the city plow or the loader, or if they should have mentioned if they felt it was a private vendor that was working there. But I'm looking at the pictures, it's definitely On the sidewalk,
That is. Yep.
We need more time, we can always take it up again. And table it.
yeah, cause
Done that
I'm gonna
sometimes.
recommend that because of, just like the last case, they should have mentioned if it was a city loader or a contractor. That this location, I thought I confirm this, but, which one I can't tell you if it was a city or a contractor.
I think you should, because of the gentleman we had last month, that we denied, and he was upset, he chased
Yeah.
us for a while, but ultimately it worked out the way we knew it should have.
Correct.
The contractor paid for the damage, because
Okay.
it was their responsibility under the.
So I will make a motion to postpone to the next claims committee meeting so that we can find out whether this was a city vehicle that caused this or a contractor of the cities that caused this.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Ruggiero, second by Counselor Rubio, that we postpone Gregory W. Smith for the amount of $1,116 for a property damage. So that we have a little bit more time to get more information.
Chris, you'll take care of that?
Yes, absolutely.
Do we need a roll
Alright.
call or an eye on that?
Just an eye, yeah, just a,
Aye.
Aye.
Next.
Last one would be Enterprise Mobility in the amount of $1,461.82 for a fire truck. Motion to take up.
Motion's been made by Counselor Ruggiero, second by Counselor Rubio, that we take up Enterprise Mobility for the amount of $1,461.82 for a fire truck. Any discussion on this? You are here.
Hey, chief.
Chief, how are you today?
I'm doing well.
Are you here for this particular claim or are you just stopping by?
For ordinance.
Okay. Does anyone have any information on this claim, Counselor?
Now, outside of what was written by Captain Johnson, I'm reading what he's suggesting. Our vehicle is
Not at fault.
driving with due regard for rules of the road, and claim that claimant was don't walk the wet path. This is you take the one on this one. Yeah, normally, yeah. Responsible. Is.
Okay. Well,
What this one? What was the address? It was,
North Bend and Spring Street,
Oh, that's one in the winter time with the snow plows?
November.
Yeah, they were playing, I think that's the one that was playing the road with blocks.
says they turned down Spring Street, they were moving at 5 miles per hour, trying to avoid the vehicle that was approaching the intersection. They claimed that vehicle and tried to avoid that, she struck us as opposed to.
That's not the one I was familiar,
No.
sorry.
Because they said November, so.
That wasn't the one I was.
All right, so.
Okay, Counselor, do you have a motion on this?
Yeah, based on what I'm reading and especially at driving such a small, low amount and trying to avoid, I'm gonna make a motion to deny this claim.
Motion's been made by Counselor Ruggiero, second by Counselor Rubio, that we deny the claim for Enterprise Mobility for the amount of $1,461.82 for a fire truck. Rick, will you call a roll, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes, to
Councilor
deny.
Russo.
Yes.
Rubio.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, no further report.
Okay, I'll call the finance meeting to order. Clerk will call the rolls.
Did I sit in your seat? I did.
Yeah, you can.
Chairman Wildenhain.
Here,
Council Moran. Yeah. Council Rubio.
Here.
no public input? None. All right, Council Rubio.
Item number 2, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 59 of the of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Pensions Mandatory Retirement. I move to take this up.
Second.
Been moved by Council Rubio, second by Council Moran, that we take up an ordinance amendment of chapter 59 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Pensions Mandatory Retirement. All those in favor of taking up the ordinance?
Aye.
Council Milos, you want to give us a brief overview?
I will. I assume you've had a chance to read the proposed changes.
Right.
The amendments would, as far as I'm concerned, align with mandatory retirement and hiring rules within the 20-year service requirement for post-retirement health benefits. And it would prevent any situation where mandatory retirement at 65 would force an employee out just short of qualifying for full benefits, while at the same time remaining consistent with the Rhode Island general laws. So what the ordinance does is it sets a prospective age 45 limit for new either firefighters or police hires. It ensures that any current employee would have a reasonable opportunity to reach 20 years of service before age 65. Basically, it allows a firefighter or a police officer to continue until their exact 20-year anniversary if they would reach it within 30 days after turning 65. So it would help address a couple of issues that we see might be coming down on the horizon, but yet by the same time, not change the mandatory 65 retirement age. What is new is adding the 45 new firefighter or police hires. This would prevent there being any issues
In the future.
Situation.
Does anybody on the committee have any questions?
You-
said it's a real situation. I mean, it's right, it's pretty unique.
It's probably a one and done situation. So I'm going to get out of it. All right. All right, I'll entertain, there's no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Back in that.
There's been a motion by Council Rubio, second by Council Moran, that we approve the ordinance or make a recommendation to approve the ordinance to the full council, an amendment of chapter 59 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Pensions. All those in roll call vote.
Chairman Wildenhain.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yeah.
3-0.
Thank you very much for your attendance.
Mark Williams, a box of candy bars.
So I see I have a couple of people joining us online. I just want to check in if anybody's here to speak at public input for the city property committee meeting. Please let me know by raising your hand.
Yeah, just no, the back.
All right, I'm gonna call to order this meeting of the City Property Committee on May 6th at 6:13 PM. Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Jim Skobiak,
Here.
Council Ruzo,
Yeah.
Council Moreno. Two in attendance.
Awesome. Is there any public input in person or on the? Nope. Okay, so Councilor Rujo, if you can take number 2, please.
Yes, item number 2 is communication from Joseph A. Keo Jr., Esquire, attorney for the Pawtucket Water Supply Board, to Richard J. Goldstein, MMC, city clerk, requesting to purchase property at 1139 West Street, Rentham, Massachusetts, for the purpose of a watershed protection. Motion is to take up this file and take up the communication.
So motion by Councilor Rujo, second by myself, that we take up a communication from Joseph A. Keo Jr. Esquire, attorney for the Pawtucket Water Supply Board, to Richard J. Goldstein, MLC, city clerk, requesting to purchase property at 1139 West Street in Rentham, Massachusetts, for the purpose of watershed protection. All in favor of taking up this communication?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Hi, guys. Hi. Good, how are you?
I'm gonna let somebody knows what they're talking about.
It's called delegation.
Yes, there you go.
Good evening. So at the, this was the November board meeting. We said, we started looking at this in November. It's a 22.5 acre piece of property in Rentham. That,
Rick,
this
do
is
you
a
wanna?
map of our watershed up in that area. The blue is the Diamond Hill Reservoir.
Yep.
And all the other colors are pieces of property that we either own, have an interest in, or are owned by a land trust that we've contributed to. So as you can see, we're pretty invested in that part of our watershed.
So it doesn't matter the color?
No.
Okay.
The color is just different pieces of property.
Okay.
Actually, the aqua color, those are pieces of property that are owned by town land trusts, and we've contributed money to the purchase of that property, so we hold the first right of refusal on the property.
And a conservation.
And a conservation.
And that's the aqua?
Yeah,
Okay.
and the rest of them we actually own. So the water from Rentham flows down through this area into the Diamond Hill Reservoir. So, you know, as time goes on, we've been acquiring these pieces of property to do two things: to stave off development in those areas,
Mhm.
and to, you know, have some control over the source water quality. So this piece of property, it's this red piece up top here is the one we're talking about tonight. I think 22.5 acres became available. And as you can see, it's right at the top of the watershed, so it's kind of critical to the source water. So our board authorized us to come to you guys requesting permission to purchase this property. Ironically enough, we just had $895,380 made available to us. On your bill, you see a state surcharge every month. We get one penny per 100 gallons comes to us for the purchase of source water protection land. So, and they're doing a bond, so we're entitled to 895,000 of that. Which half of it has to be used for land acquisition, which is becoming more and more difficult because there's no land to buy anymore, so the timing is actually good for us. So we had that 895, we have a land acquisition fund that was funded by a few different mechanisms. So between that and this money and a little bit of our IFR money, we have the cash on hand to purchase the property. And it doesn't affect rates, it doesn't affect taxes.
Okay. How does it come to your knowledge that like land became available?
We have a source water manager who spends a lot of time out in this area, so he knows property owners. And, you know, well, first of all, this one, there was another piece adjacent to it that was sold to the town of Rentham. So this guy knew that we owned everything else. So he came to us. But Chris Collins is out there all the time, so he knows all the landowners. We're always looking
Yeah.
word of mouth.
I was looking at the appraisal, but I would say like usually when I look at residential appraisals, like you see what's comparing to the appraisal that was attached to the docket, like basically just had a letter and then the value of it. Like, so how was the appraisal done to see the value of this land for purchase?
So there was the town did a full blown appraisal on it. And we just had our appraiser take a look at what the other guys had done, and he was in agreement with it.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a full blown.
So they just compared it to like land around surrounding land?
There's comps.
Okay. Yeah, the comps is what I was missing from the
Yeah.
attachment.
Well, like I said, the town of Rentham had just bought the other half of it, so the price was essentially set at that point.
Okay, but two appraisers looked at it.
And typically, as Jim said, what we try to do is get involved with like a land trust, and then the land trust will purchase it, and then we'll get a conservation easement, the right of first refusal. And that's advantageous because we don't pay the taxes, but because this is in Massachusetts, the way in which conservation easements are done is really difficult. We'd have to find somebody to partner with, and it'd take it a long time to do. So in this instance, we're gonna actually buy it outright. Again, although we're doing the city's name because we're an enterprise fund, no city funds are used. City won't pay any taxes, all that money will come from the water supply.
And just to reiterate, so it is half of the 895, then you have an acquisition fund, and then you have an RIF, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The bulk of it's coming from the water quality protection charge.
Yep.
And the land acquisition fund.
Counselor Rizzo, do you have any questions?
No, so the importance here is twofold. Now you have property that you can take that 895,000, apply half of it at least to
Well,
it.
we're gonna apply
The whole thing, right,
Yep.
right, but now you have at least, and being where it's at the top of that property, if somebody else acquired it and built something there, then that would stop some of that
Right.
watershed,
Conservation of
right,
it,
yeah.
yeah.
So I think it's very important, especially since, you have a mechanism to
Mhm.
put 895,000 towards it. So I think that's a great idea, so I have no problem, Yeah.
That's a big chunk of property.
22 and a half acre, yeah, it's big.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, obviously, it's important that we acquire that land for conservation, but it's great that it's not gonna hit the budget or the taxpayer, so,
Water supply, but yeah.
the water supply, board, yep,
Or the rate.
Or the rate.
Ratepay,
Or the ratepay,
exactly,
all right.
So I will make a motion to approve, send this to the full council for approval for the purchase of this land by the Pawtucket Water Supply Board.
Okay, it's been motioned by Counselor Rizzo, second by myself, that we send to the full council recommendation for approval for the purchase from the Water Supply Board, requesting a purchase property at 1139 West Street, Rentham, Massachusetts, for the purpose of watershed protection. If clerk, if you could call the roll.
Mr. Koviac?
Yes.
Counselor Ruzo?
Yes,
2-0.
motion to adjourn.
Second, all in favor? Aye.
Did I just
This one. Yeah. Ordinance committee will come to order. Clerk will call a roll.
Chairman Moran.
Here.
Council Gregor. Council
Here.
Cooder.
Here.
3 in attendance.
Anybody for public input? Michelle, anybody online?
No.
Really? I'm kidding. Council Kadir, why don't you take number 2?
Number 2 is a communication from the City Planning Commission to the Pawtucket City Council submitting a positive recommendation for the amend of the zoning ordinance regarding flood hazard districts.
Make a motion to
I make a
file.
motion to file.
All right. Motion made by Council Kadir, seconded by Council Gregor, that we file a communication from the City Planning Commission to the Pawtucket City Council submitting a positive recommendation for the amendment to the zoning ordinance regarding flood hazard districts. Any discussion on the communication? All those in favor of filing?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. And then I'll have you take also number 3, and then Clovis will take the last.
Number 3 is an ordinance and amend of chapter 410 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled zoning, Article 4, entitled flood hazard district. I make a motion to file
Yeah, just for discussion.
for discussion.
A motion made by Council Kadir, seconded by Council Gregor, that an ordinance and amendment of chapter 410 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled zoning, Article 4, entitled flood hazard district, be put out there for discussion. How you doing? Good. Do you want to just explain that for us? I think this comes before us before too, but in the past.
It probably hasn't been a while since
Okay.
it's come forward. So FEMA updated the flood hazard. Oh, actually, I brought these. I'll give them here, just so you can see. This is what instigated it. I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but okay. I didn't file it. But these are just maps
Thank you.
showing the panels. The pink ones are the panels that are being updated by
Okay.
FEMA. And so that's what sort of instigated the changing of the flood ordinance. So we have to update those panel numbers.
Okay.
That's a requirement in order to remain in compliance with the FEMA just flood risk program, community rating system program that we are a part of, and being able to be a part of like national flood insurance program. And then REMA, in addition to this, had recommendations for just reviewing our flood ordinances, like just the language and strengthening them per their recommendations to making sure that we are also in compliance. So that is the language updates as well as the panel number.
And the, is there a deadline for that? Like,
Oh, the deadline is June 25th. To be updated,
Yeah.
to have the whole process there. And I mean, you can just see, I haven't had a chance because of FEMA's lack of funding to compare the new flood areas with the existing flood areas. We have the new paper maps, but they haven't released the digital formats to do like the easy comparison. But on here, you can just see, this has the existing floodplain in red. I've looked at the paper maps. It hasn't changed very much at all. Just showing that in Pawtucket, our floodplain is not very extensive in general.
now how often does this get updated normally? Like you said, it had been a while. When was the last time? Oh, it's every 10 years?
Like that they do modeling to update the flood panels. I don't know if they're doing modeling to update, because these existing, the blue panels, a lot of them were last updated in 2015. They're still that old, so they might just be slowly going through a process of doing all the updates.
Anybody have any questions? Council Gregor?
Just so I understand, the pink part is the section that's being.
Those panels, yeah, in those areas, FEMA has done new modeling, and so those areas will potentially slightly change in what is the flood hazard zone.
Meaning what?
So that red area, those outline, that potential, what that area is of what is determined to be a flood hazard per FEMA's modeling will potentially change. Again, I don't have that digitally, so I couldn't really put it in a map. I have the paper.
Yeah, so it's gonna change to what, increase the flood zone?
I don't know, I can't give you an area. You can't tell much of a difference in the paper map, so I just can't tell you if it's increasing or decreasing. But it is.
I looked at some of the stuff. I didn't print it out because I was hoping it'd be here. But it's suggesting that some of these places affected is gonna be up the rivers, Mashasek River, and I forget what the other river was.
Yes. that they just have more recent modeling, yeah.
But those are designated flood zones, right?
There are designated flood zones along those, and I expect that there will be continue to be designated flood zones, and just the area will slightly change. I again, looking at the paper maps, there was no like drastic big differences being like, whoa, this is a big difference. But once I'm able to compare, I mean, if that's something you're interested in, once I'm able to actually compare, it's just so much easier to do it in digital. Once I'm able to get the digital files and can compare the actual areas, I can provide that.
So we have a directive of, flood zone FEMA, I'm not sure what his name.
Locally, you mean?
Yeah, no, for the city.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, I forget. Who-
I'm the floodplain.
EMA director.
EMA director? Yeah, that's different than the flood.
Yeah, Dave's a little retired, but.
Oh,
Day is.
our emergency manager.
Yes, that's the word, I can think of it.
I am currently the floodplain administrator, though.
Okay.
The resiliency manager, I also became the floodplain administrator.
Okay.
So if it's a higher like flood zone, like a flood zone, how does that like impact like anything going forward? Like when you redo the maps and everything, what does that mean?
So what it does is if there's a development in a parcel in this area, I mean, a lot of this is already developed. So what that means for already developed properties, if they do a substantial improvement, which is if they are doing an improvement that's 50% or more of the value of the house, then it triggers that they have to follow floodplain requirements.
Okay.
If it's a residential property, it means elevating their property above the base flood elevation, making sure it's raised above that. If
Right.
it's a commercial property, they can flood proof the first floor. It's just meaning there's getting elevation certificate.
Right.
It just makes meaning it sort of kicks that into. So we have a lot of properties that are in the floodplain, but they haven't had the substantial improvements and things like that. But it would just we have a process of just if someone's doing a development, kicking that into gear.
And then they'd be made aware of it, of course, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
They're made aware. In fact, today we had a request in a building permit. That was the first one I had since I've been here, to be honest, in the floodplain, and I got to review it and just to give them, making sure that they need a floodplain or they need an elevation certificate, they need to follow all the floodplain requirements. I mean, they also have to follow Rhode Island Building Code, which is basically upkeeps these same requirements.
Right.
So we're not doing anything above and beyond.
right.
But what if there's already an ongoing project that's not completed?
I'm not sure what you.
Well, if there's a project near this flood zone area that's being constructed, how
Yeah.
does this affect it?
Let's say there was somebody already in the pink area already going, I guess maybe that's.
They would already, I don't know of any existing projects in these panels that would what you're probably be affecting. So there are, I would think we would notify them that the floodplain maps have changed after June 25th, and they would probably have to meet the new requirements. So again, I don't know of any development in these panel areas. Again, I've been here like 9 months now, and today I got my first floodplain administrator review of a property. We really do not have a large floodplain that triggers a lot of these reviews.
So the Blackstone Distribution Center is in that area, is it not?
Blackstone Distribution Center.
Goes off Main Street on Moshasset Street, Moshasset River.
I'm unaware of that. If that's been is that under a development, like a review at the moment?
It's under development, construction. It's in the flood area, I will assume it's on Moshasset Street, which,
If that was already approved before, then that wouldn't have been, that's not something that's been triggered since I've been here. Or they haven't gone through the development plan review, or it's just not at this. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, you're not aware of it per se.
I'm not aware of that being reviewed for the flood things. That wasn't when I was here, if that was reviewed.
It was reviewed under the previous.
I'd assume so.
Requirements.
Yeah, you would think.
It would, yeah.
It doesn't have to change for the new requirement.
And that would only be if the development was actually in the floodplain, because you may think even if it's close to the river, it may not actually be in the floodplain. I'd have to look at a map to see where it is, because some things can be close to the river, and you'd be surprised that we have some pretty steep elevations in some places. So you'd be somewhat surprised. So I'd have to look at that on a map, but I'm not aware But this wouldn't,
Maybe she
anything that
could let
we've
us
already
know,
previously approved, this would not retroactively change anything.
Well, I know that construction requires a wetland permit, so that would suggest it is in the flood zone, would it not?
Wetland, yeah, wetland permits, that's mostly DEM, but yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a different permit.
That doesn't suggest it's in a floodplain.
No, I mean,
Needing a wetlands doesn't.
that's a separate permit. It doesn't suggest it's in a floodplain. I mean, it probably is.
But it doesn't automatically.
It doesn't automatically, no. Again, I would need to look at the maps of the specific areas.
I want to just ask around the side, you know, for you, just for your education too, you know. I don't know if that impacts this. I mean, we got to do this anyway, you know.
The deadline's June 25th.
Yeah.
And when was it noticed that it had to be changed?
I have been going through the entire process, starting. I feel like I contacted you. I feel like starting in January. I have started this process of, this is my first time doing an ordinance, so it was process of going through it, making sure I did all the steps, having to go through the administration's approval for coming forward, and it's taken that time to get to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Any questions, Nisi, at all?
Questions?
All right. I will entertain a motion. I assume to approve it, or at least bring it out on the floor for approval. Somebody wants to make that motion? Either one of you?
I make a motion to approve, so do I have to read the number 3?
You don't have to read, you just have to read the whole thing. Does she have to read it again?
Zoning Article 4 entitled Flood Hazard District.
Yes or no? Does she have to read it?
Motion-
It's, we usually do, but
Go ahead and read it.
Okay. Make a motion to approve an ordinance in amend of chapter 410 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, and entitled zoning, Article 4, entitled Flood Hazard District. Motion to approve.
Motion made by Council Kadir, seconded by Council Gregor, that we approve an ordinance, an amendment of chapter 410 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled zoning, Article 4, entitled Flood Hazard District. Motion is to approve, recommend approval to go to the floor of the council for a full vote. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Moran.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
3-0.
Thank you. Council Gregor, item 4.
Item 4, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 210 of the Code Ordinance of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning and Cooking.
I guess we're up for discussion. I assume, what are we doing on that one?
One is the first one is the original ordinance. The second one is the amended ordinance.
Okay,
Is the original here?
number 4
The
is,
one I gave you that says sub A. That's for
I
the
don't have
amendment.
something. This is.
So you postponing for indefinitely?
Yeah, well, whatever they choose to do, they can either.
yeah, this is substitute A. See right here? You got the sub A. We all got the sub A. That's the new one. Right there. That'll be the new changed one. So number 4 is the original, which I assume we're not even going to consider.
Well, no, you can consider it.
Well,
You can
Well-
decide whether you want to stick with the original or make the changes or make other changes.
Or can they take this group up together?
Sure.
Well, that's what.
all right, why don't you read number 5 as well? We'll take them both together then.
Number 5, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 210 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning, Cooking Substitute A.
All right, motion made by Council Gregor, seconded by Council Kadir, that we've discussed the following. An ordinance and amendment of chapter 210 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning and Cooking, and then an ordinance and amendment of chapter 210 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning and Cooking, Substitute A. Motion to discuss, I guess, both of these ordinances. Chief, welcome back.
Thank you.
I know you made changes, which I guess are part of sub A, correct?
Correct.
So number 4 was the original one that we were looking at before when we last time we met, or no? Was that even
Yes.
changed from there? Okay, all right. So I know you made quite a bit of changes.
All the changes are on the new
Right, even some of the ones from the other day or whatever. all that.
We corrected any of the issues that were addressed by an email, and then also, from Councilor Gregor's recommendations we've made. We've added most of those, if not all of those.
Right. Counselor Greg, I know you have a question, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, the chief, this isn't the version that you emailed to me. This is the first time I'm seeing this.
You should have gotten the same version that everybody got, just turn around and send it to you. Send it to you, to the president, and to Council Marina.
Well, the one that I looked at had very specific criterias. Which, some of it is in here, like the height, size of the pit and all of that, and buffer distance and everything else. This one doesn't have that. So I'm just curious.
I'm not sure, the one that I have has it all in front of me, it's the same one that I sent out, so.
Are you looking at the substitute A or are you looking at the original?
I'm not gonna substitute that.
That's what we were given, sub A.
Is this,
That's all. All the changes on it that you would have to incorporate.
this isn't,
Go with the maximum size, the diameter of the fire, the maximum height, total fuel cannot consume, not exceed 9 square feet. Proper fire.
That's not in
it's
the,
not in this one.
Yeah.
So we're looking at different things.
yeah, we don't,
Substitute A is not the one you emailed.
yeah, this isn't the same.
You see, we can pull it down.
Let's say substitute A.
Let's make a copy of that.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused, because I know the one that you.
Yeah,
the one
no.
you emailed was very extensive, you implemented.
Right, which he has in front of him, he does.
Yeah, yeah, and we don't. Yeah.
Hold it off the quick bit.
Because this should have been incorporated into that. That's what we should be looking at, I think.
Yeah, because this is the first one, first time I'm seeing.
Well,
this
it's not
one.
the same, you're right.
Yeah.
it's not the same thing. I know, I don't like when it does that, I know. It's, you can't lock it, it's weird. Have you seen sub A?
I had it emailed to me, but I didn't.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd have it here.
Together, like condensed?
Yeah.
It's not.
I thought I made a copy and not.
See, it's done.
Yeah.
The maximum height of fire pits, it's in section E1, A, B, and C.
That's on this. but
Yeah, it's not on this, yeah.
The one that's before you, the one that should be before you is the one that's on question. That has that on there. So-
That one definitely isn't.
So you can just-
Yeah, the one that's supposed to be before is the one the chief was just referenced. Yeah,
This
not
one.
this one.
Just give me those back, just get rid of them. Don't forget them.
They don't exist. I'll just fold my head from writing on it, so.
Actually, can I have that? Just for reference.
See, you can't. Once you give it away, you can't, no, you can't get it back.
My main issue is just.
Oh, I know that. No. We can, if you want, we can bring that up now, if you want. I mean, we can still talk, right? We go, maybe not. Are we supposed to talk? We can go.
You don't,
Right, that's what he's making. The only issue really, chief, seriously, as we all know, it's the distance. So
Right.
the distance of 50 feet that I know you've been consistent with from the beginning. Is that's from the code or what is that? What is that?
So the code, I wrote a couple of notes, so. Says, why are we setting the limit beyond the fire code? So the amendments can be made to the fire code by the Rhode Island General Law, the Rhode Island Fire Code, Board of Appeals, by local ordinance, if that ordinance currently exists. The state, in conjunction with the AHJ, which is myself, already having jurisdiction, have made amendments to the code in each code cycle. These codes are nationally based and reach across a broad spectrum of jurisdictions. The restriction to decrease the separation distance from 50 to 25 is to address the safety concerns. It's actually from 25. Safety concerns associated with the density and the age of the housing stock in the city. If you look back on, I understand where everybody's getting at, people are being, how come we ever have fires? My whole job is to make sure the city doesn't burn down.
Right.
we had a fire on Harrison Street maybe 7, 8 years ago. It was a simple car fire, took out 5 houses, five multi-unit houses.
Right.
We had a fire last year or the year before, in the summertime, a guy was in his backyard. Just having a campfire, took down a fence, a shed. I forget what the other structure was, but he took out like 4 structures just in his backyard. So although everybody thinks, everybody should have a fire, it's not the safest thing for people in the city. I mean, yeah, right now it's fine, but if somebody goes and has 25 feet, 30 feet in their backyard and they're not paying attention, they catch on a 3-decker, a 4-decker, and you burn down the whole city block. Was it really worth having the fire? My job is to make sure that what I recommend is the safest that I can recommend for the residents without being too harsh. And 50 feet is a reasonable number. Because everybody looks at, oh, it's just a house, and there's fences, there's cars, there's sheds, there's trees, bushes.
So what does the actual code say? What is the footage for whatever code you refer to?
So 25 is what the code is, but this code covers the whole, basically the whole country.
Correct.
But also in the Rhode Island one covers everybody. So if you're down in Charleston or Richmond versus
Thank you.
Providence, it's different. In Charleston, you probably have an acre.
Right,
Providence, you probably have 5,000 square foot yard.
right.
So they're not gonna be the same code. Providence is not gonna give you 50 feet to burn, where Charleston or somebody else is gonna give you probably 100 feet or whatever. They can give you less. My whole point is, everything I've done is what I feel is safe for the resident.
Right, but the state code itself is 25.
The minimum is 25.
Minimum is 25.
Right.
Well, Chief, thank you for taking into consideration all the various provisions I had proposed and implementing them in here. It makes it a lot clearer. Not only in terms of what's prohibited from being burned, construction material, things having glue and all this other stuff, and insisting that it's actual dry wood that has to be burned. And the requirement for having somebody of 18 plus to attend the fire the whole time, having precautions with water hose or some sort of bucket with water nearby. And again, the size of a pit, which is what most people would have, or some sort of chimney, the proper height, width, and everything else. So this is things we didn't have in the ordinance before. It clarifies things. So as I stated, so my position has been that, and from what I read, that you were looking to do both, provide safety and allow people to have a proper outdoor yard fire in a safe manner and everything else. So everything that's been is fine, with the exception of the distance, which is Providence is just as densely populated most areas as Pawtucket, and this is the same thing. It's 25 East Providence, most places.
I just want to correct you on that, though. If you look up Providence, you go to the Federal Hill District, it's probably 50 feet or 100 feet. So that's what you got to be careful of. There can be sections of this city, you go to the countryside or you go somewhere on the west side, there's a bunch of big yards.
Yeah.
It's not for everybody. So you have to kind of set it up where we could do districts. We could go through the whole city and set up, this guy can have 25, this one can have 50, this one can have 30. But that's just ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
50 is safe.
Yeah.
I know every city is different. Every city has a different fire look. If you look at the history of the fires in this city, when we burn fast. I mean, we've burned down, I don't know how many mill fires. Most of those start with a small little fire. And they get out of control. And that's the whole point with these, especially on the west side, just on Main Street, right? We have this like one house that we've been, in particular, we're watching. There's 3 houses all connected in this backyard. They don't have any more than probably 25 feet in their backyard. If somebody was to burn a fire in their backyard, they can take out all 3 houses. So that's my whole story.
Right.
Yeah, let's see, and I appreciate that. However, I've looked at the other municipalities that have had issues like this. So you're right, where there's historical areas and old buildings, that sort of thing, there are different criteria being put there, and it should be. And also, one of the things is that when houses are too you have not only the 25 from a structure, but also they utilize a 50 feet from one house to the other, like wherever the fire is going to be. So obviously, if a house is right next to each other like that, it wouldn't be, you know, and the house is actually right there at the border, then obviously you would need the 50 feet because it would make sense. You wouldn't want to burn it right next to the thing. That would address that issue. However, if houses are separated in sufficient feet and the fire pit is being put 25 from the person doing the fire in his backyard and 50 feet from the house next door, that covers it. And those are implementations that have been done in other municipalities and been working, for some time with no problems. So those are the things I'm looking at because I find it totally unfair. That we can't have someone enjoy their backyard property that they pay for and spend time and they want to have a relaxing time when a provision like this is put forth. And this is not about income or anything like that. Somebody could have a house that's worth $1 million, small with a small yard. He's going to be impacted. So it's not a question of class or whatever. It's about the property. So I think if we put in a measure that maybe an additional measure that would say whatever the pit is going to be 50 feet from the adjoining house, that would take care of this stuff. And also, I mean, my position too, and I've spoken to some people, is that people are being allowed to cook grease fires in the pit for whatever, cooking hamburgers or whatever. And that can be 10 feet from the house. That's most likely to cause fire than something that's 25 feet that's not using grease fires. Because this thing here specifically outlines, you did a great job with that it's wood you're burning in a very specific space with precautionary measures put around it. So,
So with all due respect, I'm not gonna change on the 50 because I feel that's the safest thing to do. You guys can do whatever you want to do, but the liability is not gonna be on the fire department or on myself because I've seen too many fires in the 32 years I've been here that start out little and then wipe out a neighborhood. We had if you go down to Sterry Street Towing on Rice Street, one small little car fire wiped out probably 100 feet of hose. I don't know how many sheds. I don't know how many cars, probably 100 cars have wiped out on top of almost houses. So it started out as a small little fire, but the problem with fires is you can't control them. So something that starts out little and you think is not a big deal, or somebody's got a campfire in their backyard, it just takes off. And I found over the years, if somebody's gonna go out in their backyard, they're gonna start a fire, they're gonna be respectful. We were talking earlier, I was talking with the counselor. They have a small little thing, not a big deal. Then you got people that start these huge bonfires in their backyard. Says, well, I can have a fire. They're not gonna look and measure 3 feet for the size of the pit. They'll say, it says I can have a fire and I can be 25 feet from combustibles. I'm just gonna have a fire. So that's where I stand.
But are you also saying that you're not really gonna, unless you have to, right? You're not really gonna enforce the 50-foot rule. It's not like you're looking around for that too. I mean, people are probably still gonna cook within the 50 feet. We know that, but unless it causes a problem, you're not gonna.
Right, like I said at the very first meeting. Of all the campfires we have in the city, we probably have 2 to 3 people per year that cause a problem. We usually go out to them, we have a discussion with them, and then we don't have any more problems. But if I have a person that has a problem and I only have 25-foot limit and they're burning something that's, near something that's combustible, it's a shed, a garage, or something else, I can't do anything. So this is in here for enforcement, the person that's not gonna follow it. You know what I'm saying?
President Mercer.
I get everything you're saying. I also have told Councilman Gregg that I understand exactly what he's talking about. With these other guidelines and requirements with it, the guy who's got a bonfire going on, even if he's within 25 feet or 27 feet, he still is running afoul of the other aspects of it.
Correct.
So you can address it, right?
Correct.
And again, this is a recent, I remember as a child, people used to burn leaves.
Right.
Every winter, people burn leaves and it was outlawed. And it gave us the ordinance we're currently trying to. Can't burn outside unless it's for cooking, right? I think it's big, but the recent phenomenon of people having campfires or propane fires, is something within the last 12 years.
Right.
So I understand you're sticking to your guns. If I were you, I'd stick to my guns too. but you did say something that's entirely accurate is we collectively can do as right? So, if I were the fire chief, I wouldn't be moving from 50. But as a body, this committee, council as a whole, we can choose something different. But understanding that we're doing it with our eyes wide open, that, you know, this requires people who are going to burn, if we go with 25 feet, let's say, to be respectful and responsible.
Well, what are the similar cities? You know, we're not all 100% similar, but some of the similar, what are they doing for
East
footage?
Providence, 25. I think it was-
What's Providence? Has
East
Providence got something?
Providence varies because like he's
Oh,
pointed
they
out
vary.
historical areas, so
Right. So
they
they
put different provisions.
different provisions, different
Yeah.
areas.
I mean, I looked, I don't have them, I didn't bring them with me. I
Right.
maybe the council. But at the time, I had checked different cities and towns, and everybody was different, but the ones that are like Central Falls is very strict on theirs. Providence is strict on, like I said, the Federal Hill District specifically. I'm sure if I had checked all the other ones, obviously, if you go to Lincoln or Cumberland, they're bigger yards, so they're gonna be a little bit less restrictive. But if you go to,
How about like Warwick or Cranston? Is that very similar or not?
I didn't look at them, but yeah, Warwick or Cranston, I'm sure that they're gonna have something similar to Providence or us. East Providence, I haven't looked, I looked at it before, but I find it hard to believe they would only do a 25 footer.
It is, I have a copy of it.
Yeah, I'm not,
Is that citywide? That's not by district or zone or anything?
No,
right?
citywide.
So, my own personal opinion, I'm only sitting in on the committee meeting, but I just get where the chief is coming from a fire prevention and fire safety
Right.
perspective. I think representing folks who might, listen, everybody for the most part has a 5,000 square foot lot.
Right.
Maybe a little bit bigger, maybe some in Oak Hill and maybe
Yeah.
some in Countryside a little bit bigger than that, but not a whole lot bigger.
Right.
Right? Even a double lot still isn't gonna get you 50 feet from a structure. So if we are going to allow recreational burning or campfire-ish, whether it's wood, under all of these guidelines, or propane in an acceptable receptacle.
Yep.
Right, I can see myself considering 25.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I just,
Sure that gets everybody in.
Right.
In the pool.
no, I just didn't know if that, are you saying if we went to 25, in your opinion, does that increase the hazard? You know what I'm saying? Like,
it definitely increases the hazard. Like I said, my recommendation and what I stand is the 50 feet.
yeah,
Because the liability is there if something was to happen. You know what I'm saying? If you guys are saying 25 or 30, somebody sets their neighborhood on fire from it. It looks really bad, you know, and I get the campfires and like I said, 98% of the people, you're never gonna have a problem. But there is always those people that want to go bigger and better.
Yep.
And you can't control them. I could put down, you have to have 500 feet or you have to have 10 feet. They're gonna do what they wanna do. Those are the people that I worry
But
about.
this protects us all. Your jurisdiction to address it, even at 25, that if they're being reckless. Doesn't really matter what distance we set. We could have a distance of 3 feet. And they're still going to be reckless and probably outside the feet, or within the 3 feet.
This, what we've added in for Councilor Gregor. Between that and what was already in there's a lot of, it's as safe as it can be.
Right.
With the exception of the distance.
right,
We've got a lot of items in here that we can use as enforcement tools.
right.
Again, for the last time, you know, the 25 feet bothers me, but everything else in there adds to protection and enforcement.
And that will all be, if the council was to settle on 30, 25, 20 feet, that matter. And a 5,000 square foot lot, you're still pretty much talking about the same situation. So this gives you all of the added protection, us all of the added protection, and you all of the added authority.
Correct.
All right, I personally would entertain a motion to amend the footage. You know, I don't know if we want to talk numbers, and I'm not saying we have to bother or negotiate, but either the 25 or 30 or something like that, I'm open to it, so.
Before you go, I do want to make only one change that
Sure.
I'd like to make. So for
under the open fires, under requirements, it'd be,
Which
Is
page?
this sub or is this the other one?
this is the one that we're talking about, sub A.
Okay,
So,
what number?
it's gonna be under G, it'll be, I changed my date around, but it's under,
Fires should be contained in a safe.
say fire should be contained. So what it should read is fires should be contained in a safe, approved listed appliance used in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendation for use as a fire pit or chimney type appliance. So I took out and I changed the covered receptacle or retail purchase fire pit approved by a nationally recognized testing laboratory. So this just makes it, that was one of the,
It's this one. It's this way.
points that was on.
He's changing.
This just
Yeah.
makes it a little more obvious of what we're talking about, so there's no confusion.
So, are you suggesting?
Well, it's G on the sub. It's
Section E lowercase.
Yeah.
E1G.
E1G. It's page 2 of 3. Page 2 of 3. So if you look at G, he's changing the wording of G. I didn't write it down, but he is changing it like with some other language.
I'll give you guys a copy if you want, because I'm done.
It's really for the clerk's purpose.
Yeah, I can.
Just read it. Just read it out again for us. Yeah.
The way that
We know what it reads now.
it should be is fires should be contained in a safe, approved, listed appliance used in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendation for use as a fire pit or chimney type appliance.
All right. So you're taking out the receptacle, the retail.
Yeah, I'm taking out covered receptacle or a retail purchase fire pit approved
By a
nationally recognized test and laboratory. It just didn't make sense grammatically, and this way it just kind of covers everything. As long as the appliance is used by manufacturer's recommendations for what it was made for,
You're good.
it's a little more simple than going into the other stuff.
If you're gonna entertain that, I would just suggest say shall instead of should.
Where was that again? Because I didn't write it down. No, I know it's G. I didn't write the thing down.
Letter in what he-
Instead
second
of-
word
After
is-
fire.
The second word, what did he say? Should?
He said should, I just.
Shall.
Shall.
Shall. The whole thing's after.
I'll give you this option.
Go.
So Chief, if I may, because like there's the chimney and then there's the fire pit type. Most of them come with a cover, so it should have a cover in case of windy days and things like that.
Yes, and we just did, the way, when it said just covered receptacle,
Mhm.
like, some people were saying they don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So this way, we just kind of clarified it that if it's a fire pit or a chimney type, then you have to use it based on manufacturer. They would have a cover on it. Green on the front of it.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make it a little bit more simple to understand.
And it encompasses everything.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
That good?
Yeah.
We good with that?
Mhm.
That it? No more?
That's it.
Sure?
So where's the distance section? Oh, yeah,
All right. So where's your distance section
D,
on that?
D,
D?
open fires. D1. Allowable open fires for purposes other than cooking shall be located not less than 50 feet.
All right. What do you want to do?
25 is what the chief said is the national standard and what I think most municipalities have done. In the urban.
All right. So you have to officially make a motion. You have to make a motion for that or no? Richard.
So the first thing you have to do is you have to indefinitely postpone number 4.
All right. Make a motion to indefinitely postpone number 4. So number 4, you can read it and say motion to indefinitely postpone. What to postpone indefinitely, sorry.
Number 4, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 210 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning and Cooking. Make a motion to indefinitely postpone.
Motion made by Council Gregor, seconded by Council Kadir, that an ordinance and amendment of chapter 210 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning and Cooking, be indefinitely postponed. Is that just
Yeah, just a voice vote.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries. And then we would take number 5.
And you will move to approve number 5 with the amendment.
Yeah, chiefs and like that.
Amendment to
But
two,
wait,
to,
wait a second, before we do that with the amendments,
Yes.
with the 25 feet that we're talking about, how I'm chief, I want you to, I'm sorry that I'm keeping this a little, but I'm just, I have this on my mind. It's like, what, how comfortable you feel by doing the 25 instead of the 50? Like, I mean, how can I put this? Is it, I am worried about when the president was talking about the burning leaves and stuff like that, and I have in my mind, you know, a leaf flies and lands somewhere and then starts a fire. It, what do you think? How low can that go? Because to me, I was agreeing with the 50. However, with my colleagues, wants to do 25 instead of 50, I want to make sure that you, as a fire chief, tells us how dangerous can that be before we make that move.
You already asked him that, but go ahead.
The 50 feet to me is what I feel the least amount should be,
Mm-hmm.
but if the council, you know, the committee wants to change it, the liability just goes on the city at this point. You know what I mean? I think 25, based on all the fires that I've seen, how quickly they can go, if you're within 25 feet of something, it's dangerous. There's no other way to put it, you know? So I feel 50 is the safest, the city.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also other things in place that we're
But the
talking.
reason why I'm emphasizing on that question is because, I mean, to us, the most important thing is our constituents, right?
Right.
And to keep them safe.
Right.
And sometimes people, to have fun, they don't think about being safe. They just think about the fun. So what's better than someone who knows about these and is telling us to keep the people safe? This is the right way to go.
Yeah, but the only thing is, I don't think the footage is gonna have an impact on whether somebody wants to have fun and have a fire or not. It may limit them from having the fire, but you could still have a person that goes 50 feet out and they still burn everything down. You know what I mean? I don't think it's gonna have that much of an impact. It's few and far between that something's happened. I mean, you can certainly now vote for it, that's fine, and we can bring it out on the floor, whatever the vote is, and then we can talk about it when we get to the full council. You know what I mean? It's up to you.
Yeah, and I just want to add
Go ahead.
also, as the chief stated, 25 feet is the national standard, and it's the buffer footage that most municipalities, including dense, populated area, urban areas like East Providence and probably other places with, you know, some configuration there. And also, if you looked at all of the other provisions that the chief added here, where it gives the height, size, and everything else of what type of thing you can have.
Mhm.
And then it's got to be attended to at all times by someone 18 plus.
Yeah, what we're saying, there are other safeguards.
Yeah, but-
There are other safeguards. but-
And you got to have a water hose or a bucket with water nearby, all of these sort of things. This is the safest you could possibly like make it. If something's gonna happen because somebody's irresponsible, it's gonna happen whether you have 100 feet, 200 feet, or
Right,
whatever it
that's
is.
what I was saying.
So,
But I understand where you're coming from. I'm comfortable with it, but.
and a liability, and somebody who violates this will be on them, not be on the city. If you're not doing what's required here, then that's where it goes. We have ordinances all the time with requirements and such. Just because somebody violates it doesn't make the city responsible, does it? It's person. Okay.
Yeah, you're making the motion to amend that to 25 feet, right, on D? Is it D?
Well, read the thing again. So
I'll read it.
number 5, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 210 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning and Cooking Substitute A. I'll make a motion to amend section 210. D, open fires, D1. Allowable open fires for purposes other than cooking shall be located not less change from 50 to 25 feet from any structure of combustible material. And then it also factors in again on the same section 210-10 E E1 E1A. So that's recreational fires, fire pits and chimney type appliances. And 1 is requirement, so A is fire pits must be at least 50 feet from structures, so we'll change that to 25. I think that's the only other area it comes in. And then per the chief's amended changes, again, so this would be section 210-10. And it's E, which is recreational fire pits, chimney type appliances. Under the 1 requirement, 1G. Per the chief's recommendation, fires, we're changing the words, so I'll just read it as amended. So fire, instead of should, it'll be fire shall be contained in a safe, covered, a safe, with crossing out covered receptacle. So be a safe, approved, listed appliances for use as a fire pit or chimney type appliance. So we're gonna cross out should, covered receptacle or retail purchase fire pit approved by a nationally recognized testing laboratory. So those are the changes.
So motion made by Council Gregor. Are you seconding or no?
No.
All right, seconded by Council Moran, Chairman Moran, that an ordinance and amendment of chapter 210 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning and Cooking, Substitute A, be approved with the following additional amendments. This will be under 210-10. D1, allowable open fires for purposes other than cooking shall be located not less than 25 feet from any structure or combustible material. That would be D1, 210-D1, and then under 210-10E, 1A, fire pits must be at least 25 feet from the structures. And then the last amendment would be 210-10E, 1G. Now that one I know we're removing, should be contained in a safe covered receptacle or a retail, retail purchased fire
pit.
And that's gonna be taken out and then added in would be, and I don't have that written down.
Yeah, I can read it. So the G, so it would be fires shall be contained in a safe, approved, listed appliance for use as a fire pit or chimney type appliance.
Was that what it was? I didn't have that written down.
Chief, that's correct, right?
All right, those are the amendments to be made. Any discussion, I guess, on the 3 amendments? So we're voting on the amendments first? And then it's as amended? How's that work? I know we used to do that. We used to vote on the actual amendments and then we.
Well, when you go out there, you do, but this is just the recommendation.
Oh, all
But
right.
I'd still do that, yeah, sure.
You would, okay, well, okay.
So move the amendments, and then if approved, then move to recommend the sub A as amended.
So if Counselor Kadir, let's say she didn't have a problem with the 3rd one, but she didn't like the first 2, right? You're not for the first 2 with the distance. The
Just
last one, you
distance,
probably don't have a
yes.
problem. She still would have to vote no, technically, right? Or are we gonna go individual?
Or you could do each one separately.
All right, let's just do them separately then. Okay, that's what I figure out. All right.
Well, let's do the 2 that address the footage and then do 1 for Chief's.
That's fine. That's we'll shorten everything up now.
Yeah.
All right, so the motion is to approve the first 2 amendments regarding the footage. 50 to reduction to 25 feet. Clerk will call a roll on those first two amendments dealing with the footage.
Chairman Moran,
Yes to both.
Council Codere,
No.
Council Gregor.
Yes, to both.
Right? And then the last one, having to do with the language change, taking out receptacles and putting shall
And G.
appliances for number G. Clerk will call the roll on that.
Chairman Moran,
Yes.
Council Codere,
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
That one was 3-0.
Yes. And then would we vote as amended now
Yep.
to refer to? So as amended, Council Kadir, just, I would think you would.
She can vote any way she wants.
No, I'm not telling her how to vote, but I mean, if a majority is something she doesn't agree with, that'll be up to her call. but
No, are we voting to?
Gonna vote on
The actual,
sub A with
with
those three.
all
amendments.
three amendments, all three now have to, because that's gonna be part of it. So now we've
So
been
you either
voting
vote yes or no
on that whole thing,
package.
that whole
Okay,
package,
so-
the whole package.
okay.
Okay.
I
So that
know.
includes the two
Uh-huh.
footage ones and then the other one. Okay,
Okay.
all right. So the clerk will call a roll on the amendments, all three together.
Chairman Moran,
Yes to all three.
Council Codere,
No.
Council Gregor.
Yes to all three.
Okay, 2-1. Okay.
All right, with no further business before us, the ordinance committee is adjourned. Thank you.
So we're going to be getting started in just a moment, and I just want to make sure that anybody that's joined us online, if you're interested in participating in the public input, that you raise your hand using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, it's *9 to raise your hand. Just checking one last call. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to tonight's city council meeting on our Freight Street chambers. We've got quite a big agenda before us tonight, including some pre-council matters. The first thing is public input. We have two people signed up for public input in person, nobody online. Those two individuals are probably going to speak instead during a licensing matter. So that brings us to all right. That will bring us to the Board of License Commissioners meeting. I'll call the meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer,
Here.
Council Ruzo,
Yeah.
Council Codere,
Here.
Council Gregor. He's here. in the back.
Sarah's back.
Council Moran,
Here.
Council Moreno, Council Rubio,
Here.
Council Scoviac,
Here.
Council Wildenhain.
Here.
7 present, 1 somewhere, and the other one gone.
Mr. President, I call for approval of the previous minutes from April 22nd, 2026.
Second. Been moved by Council Ruzo, second by Council Wildenhain. Approval be given to the minutes of the April 22nd, 2026 meeting as prepared by the clerk. Are there any concerns, amendments, additions, deletions? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
I call for approval of item number 2, the consent agenda, and item number 3, petition for license.
Been moved by Council Ruzo, second by Council Codere, that approval be given to items 2 and 3, the consent agenda and petitions for license. Are there any items the board would like to address separately? Hearing none, all in favor of approving items 2 and 3?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Item number 4, the following communication was postponed at the meeting held on April 22nd, 2026, and is again taken up. Communication from Dekutu Lorenco DBA Larry's Auto Repair at 519 Pawtucket Avenue to Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners requesting to remove stipulations. Larry's Auto Repair, Lorenco Dekutu, 519 Pawtucket Avenue, license number AUT 24-75. Stipulations: 1, no painting or auto body work. 2, no parking on Glenwood Avenue. Number 3, all work shall be done in building. And 4, no storage of junk cars or park outside. Motion is to take up this communication again. And do you want me to take number 5 at the same time?
Yes, why don't we do that?
All right, and also number 5, the following petition for license renewal was postponed at the meeting held on April 22nd, 2026, and is again taken up. Auto repair shop and secondhand shop, Class B, parts only renewal. Larry's Auto Repair, Lorenco Dekutu, 519 Pawtucket Avenue, license number AUT 24-75. Stipulations: 1, no painting or auto body work. 2, no parking on Glenwood Ave. 3, all work shall be done in building. 4, no storage of junk cars or parts outside. Stipulation per zoning board of 12/5/2011 is: 1, the business shall not operate after 6 p.m. 2, there shall be no music of any kind playing outside. 3, no tow trucks or flatbed trucks shall be parked on the street. 4, employees parking shall not be permitted on the street. 5, there shall not be any outside repairs. All repairs shall be done inside the facility. And 6, there shall be no more than 11 vehicles stored outside the facility. My motion is again to take this license up, the renewal.
It's been moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by both Councilor Wildenhain and Councilor Gregor, that we take up item 4 or 5. Item 4 is the following communication was postponed at the meeting held April 22nd. Is again taken up. It's a communication from Dekutu Lorenco, DBA Larry's Auto Repair, 519 Pawtucket Avenue, to Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners requesting the removal of stipulations. The stipulations are: no painting or auto body work, no parking on Glenwood Avenue, all work shall be done in a building, and no storage of junk cars or parts on the outside. And with that, the following petition for a license renewal was postponed at the meeting held April 22nd, is again taken up. It's a renewal of the auto repair shop and secondhand shop Class B, parts only renewal, Larry's Auto Repair, with the same stipulations put in place by the council. In addition, 6 stipulations by the zoning board, 12 in December 5th, 2011. The business shall not operate after 6 p.m. There shall be no music of any kind playing outside. No tow trucks or flatbed trucks shall be parked on the street. Employee parking shall not be permitted on the street. There shall not be any outside repairs. All repairs shall be done in the facility, and there shall be no more than 11 vehicles stored outside the facility. So the motion is to take up both the communication and the renewal at this time. I'll turn it over to Councilor Gregor in just 1 second. Is the applicant here from Larry's Auto? Sir, if you could come forward, please. Good evening, sir. Could you just give your name and home address to the clerk, and then we'll proceed with things?
Lorenzo Ducuro.
You got that right, Rick? Yes. Okay. All right, Mr. Dakota, I'm going to turn this over to Councilor Gregor. It's in your business is in his district, and he'd be the one to weigh in on your request of renewal and removal of the stipulation. So, Councilor Gregor.
Good evening, Mr. Takuto. So I'm not opposed to your renewing your license at all. It's the stipulations that you're having an issue with. So some of these stipulations here were done by the zoning department. And a lot of these things are just basic things that all garages have to abide by. Such as all work need to be done in the building, no storage junk cars or parks outside. No painting or auto body work. I mean, you're not a body shop.
No.
Okay. The parking on Glenwood Avenue, your employees can park on Glenwood Avenue, but not your trucks. You have several big trucks and they would take up all the space. So that's not something that I'm willing to remove. And you have a small lot. I think the number of 11 vehicles that's stored outside the facility is more than sufficient.
Well, I don't quite agree with everything, and I can explain to you why.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
If you live close by and you can ride. Yes.
You want to raise?
I don't
Pull
keep
the mic up just a little bit.
I don't keep more than 5 cars outside every day. I keep my corner clean. The whole neighborhood parks on the streets. My flatbeds stay in my parking space.
Yes.
Okay. Now, all the garage in Pawtucket does work outside. Okay, and I can prove that. I'm the only one that doesn't, and I don't need to. And my request is just because it looks bad for my license. I don't have time to do work outside. And I don't allow that because it ruins my asphalt. So I think the city needs to overlook at this. What goes for one should go for all. I've been carrying this stipulation over the years, 2 businesses prior to mine. I offer parking space for my neighbors. Snow time especially. So I think this should be overlooked.
Well, if you're not doing any of these things, I'm not sure what the issue is, but
It's just
leaving them on.
looks so appropriate for my license. All these stipulations in red, especially, without me doing anything against it. But we should look at I have a sign with the light. Majority of the garages don't have a sign or the light. And you know that, because you had approached me before.
Yeah, but you had an issue with the sign, you fixed it.
Yes, the wind threw it down, the neighbors complained, I put it up. I haven't heard anything. But if we look around Pawtucket, and I'm one of the cleanest corner garage there is compared to the others. It's like a junkyard, the other ones. It gets me a little upset being pointed at, not given the benefit, while the others are doing the worst. We should look at that.
How long have you been operating this business?
1996.
Okay, so these stipulations.
It's been there before me.
2011.
They were put on by the zoning board as a condition of whoever the applicant was then getting the license. So those can't be removed.
I'm not saying all of it, but at least some if
Well,
possible.
none of the ones imposed by the zoning board can be removed without an application to the zoning board.
Okay.
And my reading of the 4 that the council apparently put on, only one of them is not either redundant with the zoning board or state law. So there is no painting or auto body work done because you don't have an auto body license. So that's a no-brainer, right? And the other 3 are all part and parcel of what the zoning board said they would only allow a repair license to be issued to that property, not to you, but to that property back then. So I don't see anything here that we can remove other than no storage of junk cars or parts outside. And I don't know that if it were my district, I'd go along with that. So
I've never been here because of these stipulations ever.
I get it, but
Yes, I
again, from
understand.
the zoning board perspective is it's not about you or whoever the owner is or the operator is. It's about where that facility is relative to neighbors and all the rest. So the zoning board felt it necessary to put those stipulations on for whomever was applying back in 2011.
Understood.
The logic still carries today, regardless of who's operating. You know what I'm saying? Councilor Arujo.
So on the normal license, auto body and painting is not part of that. So why, I don't see a problem if it's okay with the district council to remove that because he doesn't have a license for that. If they end up starting to do that, then there's a problem. We call them in.
It's whether it's often put on there to prevent them from going for a license to do that.
Oh.
Saying we'll give you the auto repair, but we don't want you to do the painting and the auto body work. And that's why they put the stipulation on, even though they don't have the license, is because they want them to know up front that you can do the auto repair, but we don't want you doing auto body at that location.
And do most, or, do most auto repair shops have that stipulation on there?
Quite a few. I don't know if to say
Not auto
most,
repair,
but several.
Oh, I'm sorry, auto repair, yes. And again, it's about
Okay.
proximity to neighboring
neighbor,
houses
okay.
because the paint spray and the smell
Oh, yeah, no, I get that.
wafts.
I get that. No, I do. The license doesn't cover that, so.
Councilor Gregor, you have any other questions or any proposals?
So, Mr. Kuta, I mean, I appreciate the fact that you're frustrated, and you're right, there are other shops who are probably in worse spots than you are. However, I mean, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Last time I approached you was regarding the sign, and you promptly took care of it, and I do appreciate that. And you haven't been doing any of these things, and you're right, your truck's always parked there, and you're not working late in the night or any of these things, so, but a lot of these things here, especially the ones that were imposed by the zoning board, there's nothing we can do about those, because that was a requirement for the license that you agreed to take on.
Not a problem, but
So,
I do have a question.
Mhm.
Is it possible the city can conduct a fiscal all around this business like mine? Just to make sure everybody's following the rules and they all have the same stipulations.
We can certainly have zoning look into that.
Yes, it will look better for the city also. It's a mess out there. I'm not putting nobody out there, but it is a mess out there.
We can certainly ask zoning to take a look at all the auto repair facilities and make sure that they're abiding by all the stipulations as well.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Council, we still have to weigh in on the renewal.
License, in terms of the renewal of the license for the Larry's Auto Repair, Lorenzo de Cuto, I moved that his license be renewed along with the stipulations already on the record.
Moved by Councilor Gregor, second by Councilor Rujo and Councilor Rubio, that the auto repair shop and secondhand shop Class B parts only license of Larry's Auto Repair, 519 Pawtucket Avenue, license number AUT-24-5, be renewed with all the stipulations remaining in place. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 6.
Item 6 is a petition for license entertainment and Class F1 full privilege petition of YB Marketing for license to have a Latino Summerfest and to sell alcoholic beverages at Festival Pier 21, Tim Healy Way, on Saturday, June 20th, 2026, from 2 p.m. until 9 p.m. Rain date would be August 1st, 2026. License number is EVT-26-19. Motion to take this up.
Moved by Council Russo, second by Council Codere, that we take up a petition of YB Marketing for a license to have a Latino Summerfest and to sell alcoholic beverages at Festival Pier at 21 Tim Hilly Way on Saturday, June 20th, 2026, from 2 p.m. until 9 p.m. with a rain date of August 1st, 2026. That would be license number EBT-26-19. The motion is to take up the petition. Councilor Codere.
The
Oh, I'm sorry. Are the applicants here for YB? If you could come forward, ma'am. And again, if you could give your name and home address to the clerk, and you might want to pull that down. There you go.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Borrero, and I live at 109 Linwood Avenue in Pawtucket.
Okay, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, Jocelyn. How are you? First of all, thank you for choosing Pawtucket again to do the Latino Festival. I am very proud of last year. You did a very good job. However, is there anything different you're bringing this year? What are going to be the entertainments or the music? I know, and the food, but what else you're bringing this year?
First, thank you. Yes, this year is the same, like food, culture dancing, but this year, you know, for the World Cup, we try to do more collaboration with Rhode Island Football Club, activities for new visitors here to the city. So it's the same, it's a culture event, but with other like entertainments for the World Cup.
Great. As last year, the rules are staying the same, which is you know that the next day I always go in the morning and check that everything is clean. I ask everybody to keep the park cleaned for the next also security, making sure people that not supposed to be in the area,
Yes,
you know,
near
go.
to the water, right? We close that area for that day. And yes, we have a security, like separate, like plus the police detail. And we have, yes, everything they say, like police, security, and the team for the clean the park. I know next day in the morning, the park was near like clean, 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 and I work a lot for that, for the security and the park clean. Mhm.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions, Mr. President. If any of my colleagues have any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Councilor Stacoviak.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. She has held events in District 6 before she moved to your district, and again, never had a problem, so.
Thank you.
She's moving on up.
Well, thank you for moving to District 4.
Are there any further questions for the applicant? In that case, I'll entertain a motion. You're all set, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve the Latino Summer Fest at Festival Piers.
Moved by Councilor Codere, second by Councilor Rougeau and Councilor Stacoviak. That approval be given to the petition of YB Marketing for license to have Latino Summerfest, sell alcoholic beverages at Festival Pier on Saturday, June 20th, from 2 p.m. until 9 p.m. with a rain date of August 1st, license number EBT-26-19. Any discussion on the motion to approve? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Good luck.
Item number 7 as advertised for show cause hearing, automobile repair shop and second-hand shop licenses Class A and B, selling used automobiles and parts. Tiki Auto Sales Annex, RZG Incorporated, 772 Main Street, license number AUT 24-68, My motion is to convene this show cause hearing.
Moved by Councilor Ruja, second by Councilor Councilor Gregor, that we convene a show cause hearing for an automobile repair shop and secondhand shop licenses, Class A and B, selling used automobiles and parts. It's Tiki's Auto Sales, RZG Inc., 772 Main Street, license number AUT-24-68. There are 4 stipulations on that license: no mechanical repairs in front of the building, no debris in the back. All work must be done inside the building. All vehicles in the front are for sale only. Those were imposed on January 23rd of 2013. The motion is to convene a show cause hearing. I will do so. Is there anybody here from Tiki's Auto Sales? Sir, if you could come forward. Just 1 second, sir. Attorney McKinnon, is this you? Yes. Okay. Should we take you first or the applicant, the license holder first? Okay. And then let's just get his name. Can you just give the clerk your name and home address, please?
Roberto Lorenzo Garcia Jr., 60 Hilton Street, Pawtucket.
Okay, Councilor Gregor.
Junior, 60 Hilton Street, Pawtucket.
Mr. Garcia, I'm not sure if you had a chance to speak to the Assistant City Solicitor. In terms of the show cause hearing, we're going to have to continue it only because we don't have the Director of Zoning here, which would be necessary for us to move forward with this.
I also suggest it's a good idea because he showed photos. It looks like he's done some work there.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so in that case, there's a motion by Councilor Gregor, second by Councilor Stachowiak, that we continue the show cause hearing. Would it be the next meeting? Is that budget night?
Yes.
Maybe the next two meetings away.
Are you okay with making it 2 meetings away? Okay,
First meeting in June.
just before we vote on that, item 8 is the renewal was postponed. Any problem with not acting on that renewal till the first meeting in June?
We
No.
will, I mean, if the council postpones it, we'll just let them continue until such time as you take it up and act upon it.
Okay, then, Mr. Garcia, what we're gonna do is we're going to continue this show cause hearing till the first meeting of June. So it's not gonna be 2 weeks from now, and we will hold off on the renewal of the license until that date as well, and you won't have any problems with City Hall relative to not being renewed. Does that work for you? Okay, does that work for you, Ms. McKinnon?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. In that case, the motion is to continue the show cause hearing until the first meeting in June. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. President, before I take item number 9, I'd like to amend the agenda.
We gotta do 8 still.
Huh?
You gotta call 8 and continue it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. I thought we did that. Okay. All right, item number 8, the following petition for license renewal was postponed at the meeting held April 8, 2026, and is again taken up. Automobile repair shop and second-hand shop licenses, Class A and B, selling used automobiles and parts, renewal. Tiki Auto Sales Annex, RZG Incorporated, 772 Main Street, license number AUT-24-26. Motion is to postpone until the first meeting in June.
Moved by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Gregor, that the following petition of license renewal was postponed at the meeting held April 8th and is again taken up, but it's going to be postponed again until the first meeting of June. An automobile repair shop and secondhand shop licenses, Class A and B, selling automobiles and used parts for renewal. Tiki's Auto Sales Annex, RZG Inc., 772 Main Street, license number AUT-24-68. All in favor of continuing until the first meeting in June? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Okay, before I take item number 9, Mr. President, I'd like to amend the docket to introduce and file 2 letters.
It's been moved by Councilor Ruja, second by Councilor Gregor, that we amend the agenda for the purpose of introducing 2 correspondences. Is there any discussion on amending the agenda? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I motion to introduce and file the following 2 letters, one from Kate Whitsley And the next one from Elizabeth and Robert Souza has to do with the kennel on Patterson Avenue.
The motion by Counselor Russo, second by Counselor Gregor, is to file two communications, both referring to the kennel on Patterson Avenue. The first is from Kira Witzy, and the second is from Elizabeth and Robert Souza. All in favor of filing?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries.
May I take 9, 10, 11, and 12 together?
Sure.
Okay, so item number 9, communication from Maddie Whedon to Pawtucket Board of License Commissioner, kennel at 65 Patterson Avenue. Communication from Kate Whitsley to Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners, concern regarding kennel at 65 Patterson Ave. Communication from Louis Lozado, Harmony Dog Trainer, to Counselor Clovis C. Gregor, response to concerns regarding Harmony, 65 Patterson Avenue. I want to make a motion for those three to read and have filed and take up those communications. And also number 12, the following petition for license renewal was postponed at the meeting held April 8, 2026, and again is taken up. Kennel renewal, Harmony Dog Training LLC, 65 Patterson Avenue, license number KNL 25-2. Motion is to take up.
Moved by Counselor Russo, second by Counselor Gregor, that we file three communications and take up the renewal for Harmony Dog Training LLC, 65 Patterson Avenue, kennel license number KNL-25-2. The three communications are from Maddie Whedon, Kiki Witzy, and Luis Rosado, Harmony Dog Training, all to the Board of License Commissioners or Counselor Gregor regarding Harmony Dog Kennel. All in favor of filing communications?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Before we take up the petition, there are two members of the public here who would like to speak on this. And am I correct that we heard from the license holder that he would not be able to attend tonight?
That's what we heard, yes.
In that case, I'm gonna call him up in order. Miss Witzy, if you'd come up, please. Kira Witzy from 45 Patterson Avenue. Good evening.
Hi, thank you for having me. This is my third time coming before the board, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we're 2 years into this facility, and I think, I can speak as a resident, we've just about had it with this. It is not fair that we have to put up with this kind of chaos. 2 years is enough time for this owner to have gotten this operation together and not, disturb residents. We haven't even gotten to the warm weather where we're opening the windows. It's 6:40 in the morning on the weekend, 7 o'clock in the morning, dogs are barking, we're woken up. It just is not fair. I don't know what else to do or say, about this. I just want to preface this by saying this is not an attack on the owner. I don't know if you all know, after the first hearing in September 2024, the local newspaper ran a story about the hearing. I don't know if there was a reporter there, but after the story, there was an opportunity for the readers to comment, and they all but ripped us to shreds, the residents, saying we have no business complaining, about this business, give the owner a chance. Somebody accused me of having a vendetta against the owner. That's not the case. I bought my home before this business moved in, and it was fantastic. It was quiet. I worked second and third shifts. I could rest. It hasn't been that way since the kennel has been there, and he's had ample time to get it together. And 2 years in, I'm still having the same complaints that I had in 2024. The barking, the wailing, you just never know when you can have peace and quiet. The smell, the dogs are toileted right outside my window. I've told zoning about this. I told animal control about this. Animal control came out. She spoke to the owner because she also smelled the stench, and nothing has changed. It just is not an appropriate location for a dog kennel. The last time I was here, I didn't have the picture, so I just wanted to show just how close it is. There is only a fence separating the facility from my home. It is not even a foot. You can hear just everything. You could smell everything. And you know, I guess I'm just asking the city, what can be done for us as residents? You know, we shouldn't have to work with the owner to get his act together. This is his business. It's his responsibility. And I think 2 years in, he's shown that this is just not the appropriate place. If he cannot figure out how to operate this in a manner that is not disturbing us, then it shouldn't be there. And I don't think it should have been there in the first place. We had no say in the matter, the residents. It kind of was just, you know, plopped down, and we've been trying to deal with this. And I think we've been really patient dealing with this, but it's really unfair.
I do understand. Councilor Gregor, this is your district. Did you want to wait until after we heard from everybody, or?
Well, unfortunately, the owner is not here, so I think it unfair that you know, anything should proceed today without him being present. He should have a chance to respond. And moreover, I think you folks may probably need to meet with the city solicitor just to go over the process in terms of the zoning and what exactly you're looking for. So, and so we may have maybe a formal hearing, or at least in the meantime, right on the budget's coming up here, so most likely first week in June, we're looking at, no?
So a little bit convoluted here, but we're going to deal with the renewal, which can be postponed again.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting you're going to call for a formal hearing as well?
Well, we may have to, but for now, just like to continue, because he's not here. I don't think it's fair to have any discussions if he's not present.
So, Ms. Witzy, all I can say is we hear you. We heard you the first 2 times you came down. We know it's an unpleasant situation. We will try to do what we can for you. We're going to, in all likelihood, continue the discussion about the renewal until the first meeting of June. You're welcome to come down again that night. If you're unavailable, please understand that we've heard what you have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Whedon, Maddie Whedon, 64 Vale Street.
Correct. I find it very convenient that the one night I'm able to make it out away from my small child, the owner of the business is not here. We've been dealing with this for 2 years. When we first voiced our concerns about this during the Zoom meeting, we were told dog training is an art and it will be fine. You won't hear the dogs. We hear the dogs every day. When I'm putting my kid down, when we're trying to put our feet up after a long day at work, you hear the dogs barking well into the night. That facility is not staffed at night. There are no people around to quiet the dogs. The dogs bark. They wake us up, they wake up my kid, they wake up my dogs. It's really unfair that there should be a dog kennel, a warehouse housing living beings with nobody there, you know, to settle things. There's a smell in the summer. It's unbelievable to me that there are 30, I think he's licensed for 30 dogs. 30 dogs in a residential area. It's mixed use, but like this is a neighborhood. I'm really over it. I'm really sick of it. If we were to try to sell our home, my realtor has said that we would likely lose 10 to 15 grand on that property simply because it is next to a dog kennel with living beings that make noises and smells by nature. I'm really over it. Please do something. Please do something.
I can assure you we'll have him back in the first meeting of June. Even then, it would have to, that night, there'd have to be, if there was cause, Councilor Gregor could move for a formal hearing on that. So,
Will he show up then?
well, he would show up for a formal hearing for sure.
I hope so. Thank you for your
All right,
time.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor, do you have anything else?
Yes, in light of the allegations that the kennel isn't possibly being supervised by staff during the evening, I'd like to just, so we could send a communication, animal rescue and zoning to do some late evening check-ins into that place on schedule, just to see whether or not that's in fact the case.
Okay. Would you like to schedule a formal hearing for that same date, or wait till the first meeting in June?
Yeah, wait till the first meeting in June, and if we can get a report regarding, I'd like to have at least 3 or 4 impromptu checks late evenings. Confirm whether or not the place is actually staffed in the evening, because if the allegation is true that animals are being left unattended during the night, that's obviously be a violation and totally not acceptable.
So it's been moved by Councilor Gregor, second by Councilor Rujo, that we continue the license renewal matter of kennel license 25-22 until the first meeting of June. And in the interim, that the zoning and or police department be contacted to do periodic checks at different times of day and night to ascertain the level of any non-compliance.
Well, more so in the evening. I'm interested in the evening, so.
Right, but zoning doesn't work, and so it has to be police department. So
Okay.
if the clerk's office could have them interchangeably, make sure things are going as they're supposed to be going. Does that make sense, Rick? Okay, any discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Okay, item number 13, a communication from Captain David Dolan, Pawtucket Police Department to Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners regarding the Industrial Cafe AC Property Management LLC located at 120 Webster Street. Report of all calls from December 2025 through May 2026. Motion is to file, have ordered, filed, read, and taken up.
Second. Moved by Council Russo, second by Council Miranda, a communication from Captain David Dolan of Pawtucket Police Department to Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners regarding Industrial Cafe, AC Property Management LLC located at 120 Webster Street. It's regarding a report of all calls from December 25 through May of 26. The motion is to file and discuss. All in favor of filing?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Council Moran.
Mr. President, in reading this communication from Captain Dolan, a couple things. One is I would like to extend this out through starting now till the end of August, and then get a report of any calls, a log of all the calls or complaints for that area, for that particular license, that location, for that time frame, and that we get a report for the first meeting in September. So that's number one. Number two, I would like to have a copy of this information sent to the license holder, just to remind them. I mean, for the most part, it's been clean. For the most part, except for there was one complaint, and the police did go back, but music was playing, I think at like 2:30 or something in the morning, which can't happen. So that stuck out to me. But what I'd like to do is send a copy of this information to the license holder and let them know, number one, that we're going to continue this monitoring through the summer and get a report in the first meeting in September, but also highlight that particular incident. I'm not going to bring them in, just to highlight that incident sort of as a warning to say that we can't have this happening again. Hopefully we won't see that.
Date of that incident?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
I don't
right,
put it in there,
that's
but
fine.
I'm not sure we can get it. I didn't look it up. Well, I mean, I looked at it, but I didn't get the date. But again, I'd like to have at least, I'd like to have this, first of all, have it monitored through the summer, get the results for the first meeting in September, and then send a letter to the license holder advising them we're doing that. And we're going to get a report for the first meeting in September on any calls between now and then, and also give them a copy, include a copy in that letter of what the findings were in that particular incident. And we can highlight the date when we look at it, but about the music playing that late and the police had to go back, we can't have that happening again, and we don't expect to see that in the next report, or we will bring them in. You know,
Okay, it's been moved by Council Moran, second by Councilor Codere, that we send a communication to the police department requesting that they continue the same monitoring that they've been doing from June 1st through August 31st, and provide the Board of License Commissioners with a report for the first meeting in September, and also to send a copy of Captain Dolan's letter that we just filed to the license holder, spotlighting the loud music matter and indicating that that won't be tolerated. Does that work for you?
That's fine.
Any discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Item number 14, petition for license entertainment and Class F beer and wine. Petition of St. John Paul II Parish, 755 Central Avenue, for a license to conduct an international night festival and to sell Beer and Wine on Sunday, May 17th, 2026 from 5:30 PM until 9 PM. License number EBT-26-23. Motion to take up.
Second. It's been moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Wildenhain, that we take up a petition for a class, entertainment class F beer and wine, just in St. John Paul II Parish, 755 Central Avenue, for a license to conduct an international night festival and to sell beer and wine on Sunday, May 17th, 2026 from 5:30 PM until 9 PM. It'll be license number EVT-26-23. The motion is to take up the request. Councilor Gregor, you're gonna tell me it's your parish and you're gonna recuse yourself?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. It is Councilor Wildenhain's district. You can
Yes, it
stay right
is.
there, Councilor.
You can say there, you can say, yeah, it's not gonna, yeah, I never have any issues. I never have any issues and, I happily, make the motion to approve.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor
Second.
Ruzo, second by, Councilor Wildenhain, second by Councilor Moran. That approval be given to the petition for entertainment and Class F beer and wine, St. John Paul II Parish, 755 Central Avenue, for a license to conduct an international night festival, sell beer and wine on Sunday, May 17th, from 5:30 PM until 9 PM. License number EBT-26-23. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Councilor Gregg, you didn't hear that.
No further business coming before the Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners. I make a motion that we adjourn and reconvene as the Pawtucket City Council.
Moved by Councilor Ruzo that we adjourn the Board of License Commission meeting and convene as Pawtucket City Council. Before we do, I ask that everybody stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, started by Councilor Gregor. Pawtucket City Council come to order. Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Here.
Councilor Russo.
Here.
Council Codere.
Here.
Council Gregor.
Here.
Council Moran.
Here.
Council Moreno. Council Rubio.
Here.
Council Sokoviak.
Here.
Council Wildenhain.
Here.
8 in attendance.
First item we have on our docket is an address from the mayor, Donald Grebian, regarding his budget address for fiscal 27. Mayor, please join us. You have some fans.
Good evening, Council President Mercer, distinguished members of the council, and the residents of Pawtucket. I stand before you tonight to present my proposed fiscal year 27 budget for the city of Pawtucket. This budget is a roadmap, one that balances critical investments to city services, education, public safety, and economic development with the discipline required to protect our hard-earned financial stability that we've earned together. I want to thank the council for your leadership and your continued collaboration with my administration. While we don't always agree, we are united in a common goal, moving Pawtucket forward to ensure our city remains a place where residents can live and afford to live and have an opportunity to thrive. To understand where we are going, I'm going to briefly reflect back on how far we've come together. 16 years ago, Pawtucket stood at a crossroads facing the very near threat and the real threat of state takeover of bankruptcy. We had virtually no reserves and a poor credit rating at that time. Today, because of disciplined financial management, strong partnerships, and support of this council and our community, I am proud to say that Pawtucket stands on solid financial ground. We now maintain strong investment grade credit ratings. We have an A+ from Fitch and a AAA A3 from Moody's. Our reserves remain stable at approximately 10% of our operating budget. That fiscal strength has allowed us to lead Rhode Island in modernizing our public school facilities, moving students and teachers out of outdated buildings and into the 21st century learning environments, while also continuing to modernize city government and improve the services we provide to residents. And while we are proud of the progress we've made, we also recognize that there is still more work ahead, especially when it comes to continuing to support our students, our teachers, our broader education community, and our residents. And at the same time, Pawtucket is not immune to the economic pressures facing households across Rhode Island and this country. As we continue transitioning away from federal ARPA funding, We must also confront the financial realities shaping this year's budget while continuing to protect the long-term stability and progress of our city. The two primary drivers of significantly impacting our finances, first, like employers and municipalities, and we're reading all about it across the country, we continue to see substantial increases in health and dental insurance costs. They alone have been astronomical, and for the first time have been above 16%. And second, overtime costs within the fire department continue to exceed budget levels due to staffing demands, contractual obligations, as well as the need to maintain essential services for our community. So we need to balance those out. Our firefighters and first responders provide critical services to our residents every single day. And these ongoing budget pressures must be addressed and will be addressed in a responsible and sustainable way moving forward. Despite these challenges, we have worked diligently to keep this budget as lean as possible, responsible as possible, while continuing to protect the essential service the residents deserve and rely on every day. However, after carefully reviewing every available option, those ongoing financial pressures continue to require us to propose a modest tax adjustment for this year. For the Pawtucket residential homeowners, the proposed increase in front of you tonight that you'll be doing your due diligence is 3%. Which translates to approximately $12 per month for the average residential homeowner. While no increase is ideal, every effort has been made to adjust it limited as possible while still maintaining city services, supporting our schools, investing in our neighborhoods, and preserving our long-term financial stability for our community. And even as we exercise financial restraint, we will not be compromised our future of our children, our schools, or our continued progress through the city. This budget includes an additional $1 million investment to support the public schools and the school department as the school department continues to stabilize its finances and implement meaningful improvements. This proposal fully funds the school department's FY27 request. We will continue investing in our workforce, our infrastructure, and equipment and resources necessary to keep our residents safe and our city moving forward. And across Pawtucket, the results of investment are viable and visible to see. We see it in our new renovated schools, including the new Pawtucket High School, which is now officially under construction. We see it in continued housing growth throughout our city. More than 2,000 units have been added to the city since 2017, and we have another 1,200, and some are on your docket tonight, currently in the pipeline. We see it in the daily activity and connectivity brought from the commuter rail station. We see it in the ongoing investments in our roads, infrastructure, parks, and essential services. We see it at Centerville Stadium, where Rhode Island FC has brought new energy and excitement to this city and our community. At Tidewater Landing, where more than, it's on your agenda tonight, 500 units, housing units, and new retail space are continuing to take shape. We see in our business community, from the Cooley Group celebrating 100 years here in Pawtucket, to Solid State Marine choosing our city to continue advancing its manufacturing expansion. We see in our youth sports, our arts and cultures, riverfront activity, and growing economy opportunities available for our children and our families throughout the city. More and more, people are not just passing through Pawtucket, they are choosing Pawtucket, choosing to open business here, choosing to invest here, choosing to raise families here, and to build their future here. This momentum doesn't happen by chance. It is the result of years of responsible decision-making, strong partnerships, and our shared commitment to putting Pawtucket residents first. It happened because this community believed in itself during difficult times, because residents stay engaged, because city employees showed up every single day to serve the city, and because together we made responsible decisions, even when they were not always easy ones. This fiscal 27 budget builds on the momentum while remaining disciplined, responsible, and focused on the future. And before I close tonight, I just want to thank our dedicated city employees, my directors and office staff throughout the city, who continue to put in early mornings and late nights in service of this community. I also want to thank our police officers, our firefighters, our school committee, the Pawtucket School Department administration, and the teachers, and I saw the superintendent here as well, for their continued partnership, commitment, and service to the residents. And to you, the members of the City Council, thank you for all your continued partnership and the time and effort that you dedicate all year round, but especially during this time. And most importantly, to the residents, to the students, to the families, to the seniors, and our young people who call Pawtucket home, thank you. Thank you for your trust and continued belief in the city. Every decision we make and every investment we prioritize is done with our future in mind. This budget continues investing in our neighborhoods, supporting our families, creating opportunities for residents, and ensuring the next generation is proud to call Pawtucket home. Pawtucket's future is bright, but there is still a lot of work ahead of us, and together we will continue moving this city forward. Over the coming weeks, I look forward to, and so do the directors, sitting with you, the finance chair, and the committee members, working closely on this budget to finalize and pass a fiscally responsible budget. So thank you. And it's in front of you tonight for discussion. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
As advertised for public hearing, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 410 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled zoning, article 4, entitled flood hazard district. Motion is to convene this public hearing.
Moved by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Moran, that we convene a public hearing regarding an ordinance and amendment of chapter 410 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled zoning, article 4, entitled flood hazard district. The motion is to convene a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. Who is handling this for us? Anybody from planning? Ah. Good evening. If you could just come forward, please. So this is a public hearing. Actually, maybe we'll do it this way. Is there anybody here tonight to speak on the public hearing regarding the Article 4, the entitled the Flood Hazard District? I don't see anybody here. Anybody online?
If there's anybody online at this time, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen, or *9 if joining us by phone. I see none.
Okay, and then maybe just a brief overview from the city, please.
Yes, hello. I'm Kyle McGarry. I'm the resiliency manager for the city of Pawtucket. This amendment was instigated because FEMA has updated and done updated and is releasing new FEMA their flood insurance risk panels, in order to be a part of the community rating system and to, stay compliant and be a part of the National Flood Insurance Program. This is just to update those numbers in our flood zoning ordinance. There is also updated language that I am updating, taking advantage of the fact that we have to update the zoning ordinance to sort of strengthen some of our existing language in the flood ordinance per REMA's recommendations of what language should be in a flood ordinance to be in compliance. And sorry, I just want to say that we have 8 flood panels in the city of Pawtucket, and only 2 of them are actually being updated. Those are the numbers that are being updated.
It's kind of a perfunctory thing that happens every 8 to 10 years, yes?
Correct. Whenever FEMA is updating their studies. Though the fact that we only have 2 being updated in this round means that maybe the other panels will be updated in the upcoming years because they're from like 2015.
Gotcha. Are there any questions? Counselor?
Good evening, and thank you for staying for to review this. I just want to be clear now. The amendments that are being done to the flooding ordinance is not meant to decrease the obligation that construction or buildings developments are not going to be watered down so that it will allow for more development next to the flood area as opposed to protecting it as it is or providing further protection for the flood areas.
The amendments are meant to strengthen what is required for people who are building in the floodplain. So it is to increase the safety of the buildings and the people who are building in the floodplain. So I don't know if I'm understanding your question correctly.
Yeah, maybe I wasn't clear. So I'm just trying to make sure that it's not watering down the current criterias that are in place preventing development near the watersheds and the flood zone so that it's making it easier for development to grow.
No, we're not watering it down. I'm adding more language that we didn't have in our existing ordinance that was recommended by REMA. And so I saw REMA's recommendations, realizes we didn't actually have it in our ordinance. So I would say I am definitely not watering down. I am increasing the ordinance.
Okay, so this is not to facilitate development nearby the flood zone.
No.
Okay.
No,
Thank
definitely
you.
not.
this is a lot like when we update building codes and things. It's not generally getting easier.
No,
getting-
it's definitely,
being strengthened, right?
yeah.
And that's with the guidance from FEMA and REMA, yes?
Yes, correct.
Anybody have any questions?
I was just gonna say, we're talking about floodplains and he mentions watering down, but I'm playing on words. I'm just saying that was good. No, I know that. I know.
Any other questions for our
Thank you.
coordinator?
Thank you for doing all that. I know it took you a while.
Thank you very much. In that case, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed. You're good.
On to the next.
On to the next.
Okay. As advertised for public hearing, a hearing on a resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Rise Above All Properties LLC for the property located at 258 Pine Street, AP 55, L 567, and L 568. Motion is to convene this public hearing.
Been moved by Counselor Ruza, seconded by Counselor Stacoviak. Was that you? That we convene a public hearing regarding a resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Rise Above All Properties LLC for the property located at 258 Pine Street, Assessors Plat 55, lots 567 and 568. The motion is to convene a public hearing. I will convene this public hearing and turn it over to you, Mr. Burns.
Director Burns.
I'm here on behalf of Rise Above All Properties LLC with Mike Lashinsky and the principal Francisco Matos. They're putting up a new construction, 198 unit apartment building, 2 buildings actually, on the lot across the street from Armando's Meat Market, the vacant lot that's right adjacent to the train station. We looked at the value of this in regards to the rents that we were going to generate. They're market rent properties. And the rents that I came up with, we had a little bit of disagreement. They thought 15 million was about right. And we're looking for a 15-year tax treaty. And I thought 20 million was more appropriate. So we moved it up to a 20-year tax treaty. I've got Mr. Matos and Mr. Lashinsky here to speak on their behalf.
Thank you, gentlemen. If you'd like to come forward, Mr. Lashinsky and Mr.
Frank,
McCall. Okay, thank you.
State your name for the record.
Yeah, Michael Lashinsky.
Spell your last name, please.
Oh, sure. Leshinsky.
And your address?
Oh, 31 Spywood Road, SPY Wood, Sherborne, SHERBORN, Massachusetts. 01770. Okay.
And your name, sir?
Francisco Cruz Matos.
Francisco Cruz, CRUZ?
Yes. Space METOS.
ATOS. Your address?
5 3rd Street, North Providence, Rhode Island.
Okay, we have Michael Lashinsky, 31 Spywood Road, Sherborne, Mass. And Francisco Cruz Matos, 5 3rd Street, North Providence, Rhode Island.
Okay, gentlemen, whoever wants to answer some of these questions, we heard market rate, right? How many units?
Oh, it's 190 units.
That's
119?
90.
190. And this is across from Armando's, right? So Pine Street where Golf Ave comes up. Gotcha. This was vetted through the Finance Committee. Counselor Wildenhain, did you have anything you wanted to ask or add?
Yeah, I wanted to thank the gentleman because this TSA at the end of the 20 years will have added a combined almost $5 million to the tax rolls. I want to thank Director Burns for that. I also got a request, so I don't have to do it on my phone. You did it with the other tax treaties. You told them up in the bottom, and I really do appreciate that. I think something will continue in the future. So I don't have to add on my phone anymore. But again, I appreciate you gentlemen developing in the city. And these TSAs go to help the tax burden on the residents there, and it's appreciated your investment.
Mr. Lashinsky, do you have another property downtown? No?
Me?
Yeah, do you?
Oh, I have some investments and like the Nexus swaps. I have.
That's kind of what I was, yeah,
Oh,
the one.
The library.
Right over
next to the
library, right? So you're concentrating in Pawtucket and we appreciate that. Bob, this is for you. What's the current?
So yes, just so we're clear, it's vacant land now.
Yes.
Current tax is $7,411. We've agreed to give them a one-year lease up once they have a certificate of occupancy.
Mhm.
as we did with Pfizer's building and a couple other places, so five properties. So yeah, so we did the lease up on that for 1 year. So their construction term, they say probably within 3 years it'll be built. They're going to start construction this summer. So something should be happening on that lot towards the end of the summer, another 2 years before it's completely constructed.
Gotcha. And the 5 million is total
Total.
over the 20 years?
Excuse me?
The 5 million the chairman referenced.
That's the total of tax
total
over
the
20
difference.
years.
And what does it top out at?
Yearly 479, 116.
Okay. Any questions from anybody else? Counselor?
Yeah, just from my own understanding, how do you come up with the length of the tax stabilization agreement? Because I know it's at the
based on-
5.
It's
based on ordinance. The ordinance requires anything over $20 million is entitled to a 20-year tax treaty.
Correct.
Anything up to 15, up to between 15 and 20 is a 15. So we try to get them as much money as we can out of them. So if I can get them to 20 million over 20 years, it's much better than the 15 million over 15.
That's set by ordinance.
Correct. And it also helps them with their financing so that they can start the project a little bit sooner, hopefully.
There's also a 1% for the arts that should be included in that as well.
Right.
So they have to contribute 1% of the total to the arts of the construction, yeah. And this isn't a transferable tax stabilization agreement, right? Excuse me? It's not a transferable one. No. Okay, no. Thank you.
Counselor Kubiak?
It's all market rents. There's no percentage of affordable units.
Not a lot. They're just like 5 units.
Okay.
6.
I could have got it higher if it was all affordable, but we do have some lower rents than that.
Okay, so about 5 to 6.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, gentlemen, I think we're good with you. Is there anybody? Mr. Ford, are you here to speak on a public?
Yes.
Okay, gentlemen, you guys could have a seat. Mr. Ford, if you just give your name and address.
Sure. My name is
please.
Pat Ford, 42 Oriental Street in Providence, Rhode Island. Just a quick question. What will the average rental be for, say, a 2-bedroom apartment in this facility?
We'll ask that question of them. We'll bring them
Do
back.
you realize under state law that I'm allowed to ask you questions and you're allowed to answer them?
Yes, I just
So-
answered you.
You just answered.
I don't have that answer, but I will get it for you in a moment.
All right, great. So let me understand this. We're offering a tax stabilization agreement for market housing in a community that can't afford to feed itself. Looking at the Elijah Project food lines that stretch out a mile, typically into Providence. How does this work on any level? I understand I'm a capitalist. I understand if they want to build a building, they have the right to do that. But to have no affordable housing in this 5% at a time when you're offering them a tax stabilization agreement, under what logic are you offering them a TSA?
It'll be
Is there
$5 million.
$5 million more
$5
than
million and
currently
thereafter.
And that's the excuse that's used all the time.
Yeah,
We're going to
thank you.
get more money. Well, why not charge them market rate? You know, this city is broke. You just heard you're getting a 3% tax increase. Providence isn't getting any tax increase. This city is under financial duress. There's a lot of complicated reasons for that. But why do cities in this state constantly bend over for developers? Gentlemen from Sherburne, God bless them for being successful. But wealthy folks from Massachusetts coming down here to take the largesse of the city of Pawtucket, I got to tell you, I don't get it.
to develop in a community that doesn't have the money to develop it itself. That's how you get it.
And the development will
Right,
be
and so
happening.
you give it, you give it away, give it away, give it away.
Give
as
it
the film
away.
goes.
$5 million doesn't sound like giving
Right,
it
right,
away.
right. You give it away, give it away, give it away. It all sounds great until at some point in time, the bill comes due, and the bills are coming due in Pawtucket. We know that. You know, there was an appearance before the state legislature, which we're going to be sharing with the people of Pawtucket just this past week, looking for money. So again, build a project, be successful, be wildly successful, but pay your taxes, pay the fair share. Again, $10 million went into that stadium in a city where people are hungry and people are living outside. Sleep tight, Pawtucket.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Can I get that amount now, by the way, the average rent?
I will see what I can do.
Can you ask them? They're here, aren't they?
I will have
Please
them
sit
come
down,
back.
He'll get you the answer.
I will take care of this, Mr. Ford.
Okay, so you're having a hearing with an incomplete set of facts. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, by the way, the stadium that you wanted to build for the Paw Sox is costing Worcester taxpayers out of pocket $800,000, $900,000 a year. So do I trust in the financial acumen of this city? Not so much. And you come to a hearing and you don't, the most fundamental question of any housing development project in the state, what are the rents? We're in crisis here in the state. What are the rents? Again, they want to charge market rents, pay full taxes.
Thank you.
That would actually be considered strength in negotiating. Is there anybody you actually give a hard time to? Oh, final remark. The stadium, when it was built, I was at the hearing where they promised some type of World Cup connection. Yeah, like every other promise. Didn't happen.
Thank you for your input, sir. Bob, could you come up and perhaps answer that question? I know it was discussed in committee. I just don't have the number. What are the likely rents on the units
Market rate.
upon completion?
For all the different unit types or just?
Yeah, if you can just give us the range or.
Yeah, so like 1,550 for the affordable units for the 1,500 and change for a studio that's affordable housing, and then up to like 2,000 for a studio. And then for the one bed, 1,700 and change for the affordable, and 2,200 for a one bed, and then it will go up to about 2,400 and change for a two bedroom.
Are there any 3 bedrooms?
No.
Just 2. Gotcha. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else out there? And there's nobody online, you said, correct?
So I do have some people that's joined us online. If anybody's here to speak at this public hearing for the tax stabilization agreement for Pine Street, please raise your hand or hit *9 if joining us by phone if you'd like to speak. Mr. President, I see none.
And there's no one here in the audience. In that case, I will declare this public hearing closed. We have one more, yes? 2 more.
2 more, yes. All right. As advertised for public hearing.
3 more.
Yeah, 3 more. As advertised for public hearing, a public hearing regarding a resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Fortuitous Tidewater OZ LLC for the property located at 45 Division Street, AP 23, L 599, Market Residential Project. My motion is to convene this public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Ruja, second by Councilor Cudero, to convene a public hearing regarding a resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Fortuitous Tidewater OZ LLC for the property located at 45 Division Street, Assessors Plat 23, Lot 599, Market Residential Project. The motion is to convene the public hearing. I declare the public hearing open. Bob, are you? Director Burns, Attorney Savage. Sure. Are you 3 going to be quarterbacking this as well as the next couple?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is the Market Residential Project at 45 Division Street.
Correct. So this is the this tax stabilization agreement for the market rate residential project, but really I would consider all of the tax stabilization agreements before the council tonight in conjunction with one another because they reference each other in various ways. But this is really the core of it. This is the agreement that, together with the amendment to the lease that's also before the council tonight, will allow the 350 units of residential housing, which are really the anchor of phase 1B of the project, to move forward.
This is the Wood project.
Correct. So both the mixed use, which is next to the stadium, and the market rate development are a partnership between Wood Partners and Fortuitous.
That's the
Currently-
next one. That's the Taft Street one.
Correct.
Counselor?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Currently, this has been vacant land for 30 years and we haven't collected taxes on this in over 30 years. Okay, thank you, Director. And once again, I'd like to point out at the end of a 20-year tax stabilization agreement that we'll be getting $16 million over the life of the 20 years in additional tax revenue to offset the burden on the residential homeowners in the city of Pawtucket. I don't have anything further, President Mercer.
Anybody else? Counselor?
Just so I understand, so the city owns both of these properties, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you are purchasing it from the city or
So-
you leasing them?
So just to be clear, I'm an attorney. I represent
He's
the
attorney,
city.
represents the city.
I'm not buying anything
Oh,
tonight.
I'm sorry, I thought you were here for the,
No.
okay.
no.
So, the-
But the answer is that yes. So these, there were 4 parcels of land that were leased to Fortuitous for 99 years for $1 a year for nominal consideration. That was the ground lease first in 2021 and then amended twice. So this, when Fortuitous Partners went out and identified Wood Partners as a development partner for the mixed use and the residential projects, Wood Partners, which has if you look them up online, you look at their portfolio, a very impressive national portfolio, said, look, the project's really not financeable if we can't own the land. And what commenced was several months of negotiations where we said, well, you can't own the land until we know we have a project, until the project's moving forward. And so what's before the council, not in this public hearing, but later tonight, is an amendment to the lease to create a purchase option. So when they are proven that they're prepared to proceed and actually start to build, not just finance all that, but start to build the project, they can purchase that land. What that does and why this is why the TSA becomes relevant is it takes city-owned land, which is not taxable, and it makes it privately owned land. And so it not only is there a tax stabilization agreement on the improvements, but there's a tax stabilization agreement that just incorporates the land tax, the tax on that land as an additional revenue stream for the city. So that was, candidly, we weren't going to see any tax revenue on that dirt for the next 100 years under that lease. So it's an additional, when you look at it over 100 years, it's a significant additional tax.
Counselor, could you also let us know what the developer's intention is to have it by, I think it was outlined in the thing, 2028?
So the developers, just to be clear, they're chomping at the bit. They have been. The next big sort of moment in the development is the CRMC approval of the coastal ascent for the whole project on the east side of the river.
Mhm.
That's scheduled for June now. It just got scheduled this week. So the public hearing is scheduled for June. So that's really the roadblock right now. And the agreements contemplate the earlier to occur of either June 30th, 2028 as the mandatory start date for actual construction, or 24 months from that CRMC ascent. When we negotiated those terms, it's been a back and forth over several months, we were hopeful that that CRMC ascent might be approved prior to the June 30th date. Based on where the public hearing's been scheduled, it's going to be the June 30th date realistically. That's the outside deadline.
Mhm.
But the developer's very motivated to get the project built before then. They just you know, understandably, if when you get to June 30th, all their rights go away in the lease. So, you know, they needed some extra room in there, but they've committed and have been very clear. Their intent is to build as soon as possible.
Thank you, Counselor.
And what is the purchase price of the property?
So we had two appraisals done. We contracted with William E. Coyle, who's an MAI from Pawtucket, to do an appraisal on the land on Division Street and appraisal on Tidewater. $1.3 million was the value of the land on Division Street. And I think 850 or 860,000 was the value of the land on Tidewater. So that would be what we'd be looking for sale prices.
And that's essentially the property we've tried for 30 years to give away for $1. Yes?
I think we bought it for $10 or something like that. We kept it for 30 years.
I'll just say one more word on that, which is that appraisal did not take into account the fact that those parcels were basically encumbered by a 100-year lease for $1, which would make valuation very complicated. So in that context, that's an unencumbered purchase price.
And there's public infrastructure improvement along the waterfront with this project as well, yes?
That's correct. So that's going to be done in a you know, on I mentioned 4 parcels of land. One was the Penrose Affordable Project. We've got the 2 wood projects, and then the 4th will remain city owned, and that'll be the stormwater park and the river walk, all that on the east side of the river.
Penrose is the affordable housing. How many units was that? 180?
No, I think it's
70.
I think it's 75.
72.
72, that's further up by
Yeah, 72.
School Street.
Right across from the Portuguese Club.
Yes. And we dealt with that one already.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, anybody else have any questions for Bob or Jeremy?
I
Counselor?
just make a comment. I want to reiterate what, President and Councilor Wildenhain said. We're getting land developed that nobody's touched. We couldn't get anybody to develop this. And just this alone, getting us $15 to $16 million over a 20-year period for land that we, for 30 years, have got nothing for. And then it's also going to revitalize those parcels of land as well. And it's going to be aesthetically pleasing, and it's going to bring revenue to the city. So I'm going to definitely support this. Thank you.
Did you have another question?
Now, will the council be receiving a copy of the appraisal?
I have a
Both.
copy of it. I believe the
You
clerk's
got
office has it as well.
That was in the package.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll take it. And does evaluation take into consideration the fact that in light of the stadium, the property around that area it's going to perceive increased value?
Don't think so. I think the appraisal was done before the stadium was complete, because we were interested in developing this process all along, so we didn't get a number in case they wanted to move forward more quickly. So when we contracted for the appraisals, I think it was the end of 2022. So it's been a few years, but the value of the land is more or less the same. The sales are still the same sales, but just a little look at it today. So, Bob.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so the appraisal may have been done in 2022, but the land value is basically the same thing as it's going to be then, because the sales of land recently we looked at, doesn't change the value.
Okay, but we will get some sort of updated appraisal now?
Would you like an updated appraisal?
Well, I think it's a requirement under the ordinance that the council can't approve a purchase or
That's-
sales without an updated.
When we get to that
appraisal.
point, I'll definitely send out for an update.
Okay, thank you.
And again, the appraisal didn't consider that it was encumbered property for the next 99 years.
That's correct.
Counselor?
But we are getting quarterly reports, right? As the
That-
project continues.
That's correct.
Okay.
From
Any other
the
questions?
developer.
Like you guys did your homework in property and finance.
Yeah.
Okay, for the moment, I'll have you take a seat. Is there anybody here in the audience wants to speak on this? Come forward. Just if you would give your name and address too.
Sure. My name is Danny Banning and I'm at 210 Benefit
Spell that for
Street,
me.
DANI. And then last name Banning, BANNING.
Ms. Banning, you have a question? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so I just have a question because I grew up on a river. And so I'm familiar with property that's like adjacent to water and just how that can be impacted by building things and changing the ground and the environmental impacts and how it can affect flooding and water disbursement during different times. So I just wanted, my question is more just like, have we made sure to study all those sorts of things? Because for instance, where I grew up, there was a new development that went in up the river from where I was. And because of how they built and how they chose to kind of protect their own property from flooding and like potential like rising waters, it caused impacts downstream as a result. And so as property changed, it affected river change and current change and all sorts of other things. So that's just my concern.
So you heard them mention CRMC, that's Coastal Resources Management Council. They dig deep into those issues.
Okay.
It's a state agency that is their function.
I thank you for that because I was not familiar with the acronym. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were protecting those downstream. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ford.
So again, Pat Ford, 42 Oriental Street, Providence, Rhode Island. In addition to the prior questions that I have, overall, what type of fiscal note was developed with regard to the economic impact of these buildings, particularly with regard to emergency services, the school department? When I look back at the prior project, and let's just say roughly the benefit is $1 million a year. I'm going to use very round numbers. 50 additional students in the Pawtucket school system at a very rounded number of $20,000, and you've eclipsed that. So what type of fiscal note was developed in anticipation of this tax stabilization agreement?
I don't know. There was one. I will ask Bob that after we finish. Anything else from Providence for us?
Yeah, I'll reserve comment on respective mayors. The point is, it's astonishing to me that can be the city of Pawtucket. And by the way, the state pays for this in part for the city of Pawtucket, so we're all Pawtucket. It's astonishing to me that we would get to this point again in a tax stabilization agreement without looking at the affordable housing component that should be in exchange for a tax stabilization agreement. We're not looking at fiscal notes about the economic impact of the city. Those are areas that I'm conversant in. I'm not at all conversant in the environmental issues surrounding this, but how could you do this without this type of information at the ready? A sincere question. Bueller? I would imagine, given the stress, the financial stress that all school systems are facing in this state, that would be paramount in your decision. Listen, Cumberland did the same nonsensical approach as well. Let's just get the building. Let's get her built. Great stuff. But it seems like this ship is running blind.
Thank you.
Anything? No, I didn't think so.
Thank you. Bob, if you could just come forward for a moment, it may not be a question for you. Gauging the fiscal impact, has that been considered? For public safety, for schools, for all the rest, and again, in conjunction with a $16 million.
I don't know that
increase,
anybody
so-
does a fiscal note or a fiscal impact for a
I
development.
know
that's
that. I
other
just,
than-
have we considered?
My opinion of the property on Pine Street, those people are going to Boston. Those are not married people with families renting studios.
Mhm.
Okay. Same thing over here. The makeup is a lot of 1 bedrooms, studios, some 2 bedrooms, few 3 bedrooms. These are not family. This is not a family apartment. All right. These are for working business people that are coming here to stay, sleep, spend money, and go back to work wherever they go. That's what it is. This is not, a condo complex of, 300 units that are 3 bedrooms each that are going to have people raising families in. I can't see anybody raising a family on Pine Street or on Division Street, for that matter.
That part of Division Street.
That part of Division Street.
That parcel. And again, we are experiencing a significant drop in enrollment in public schools in Pawtucket too at this moment. So, thank you, Bob.
Sure.
That's something you'll guarantee, right? I know you don't. You must be a Rhode Island lawyer.
Okay, there's nobody else online, correct?
So I do have people online. If you're here to speak at this public hearing for the property on Division Street tax stabilization, please raise your hand at this time or hit *9 if joining us by phone. Mr. President, I see none.
Okay, in that case, I would declare this public hearing closed, and Counselor Ruzo.
On to the next one, public, as advertised for public hearing, resolution authorizing a 20 years tax stabilization agreement for fortuitous Tidewater OZ LLC for the property located on Taft Street, AP 54 L 827, mixed used project. My motion is to convene this public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Ruzo, second by Counselor Codere, that we convene a public hearing regarding a resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for fortuitous Tidewater OZ LLC for the property located on Taft Street, Assessors Plat 54, Lot 827. This is the mixed-use project on the west side of the river. I would declare the public hearing open. Mr. Savage, Mr. Burns, Director Burns. You can start with
Do
that.
you want me to start without him? This one's, again, it's kind of piece number 2 in a 3-part. This is for the development adjacent to the stadium on the west side of the river, which will be a mixed use development with residential and retail on the ground floor. This is going to come staggered. So if you look at the timelines, within 24 months of the start of construction of the project we just talked about, the market rate residential, they will start construction on this mixed use piece. And the reason for the stagger is that 350 units of housing is a lot of units of housing to bring on the market at one time. And so the stagger is to allow that property to stabilize so you don't just flood the market with all of those units at one time.
What's the expected date of that to come online?
So it's
30,
the
31?
dates 2031, 2032, I think 2032 tax year is when the tax revenue starts to flow. But I think it's the sort of the conservative date would be 2031 for them to finish the project.
Same developers, same partners, yes?
Same, exactly the same.
Counselor Wilderness.
That's 250 units in this project, and the $13 million in additional tax revenue over the 20 years.
Counselor Stacoviak.
I can't remember if I asked this in committee, so I'm just
Oh,
gonna say
boy.
it again. What is the maximum timeline before the city could enforce the default if construction is delayed? And like, are the protections strong enough for the city in that term?
Sure. So talking just about the mixed use. So the mixed use is that 24 months after the commencement of construction. It's the sooner to occur of the 24 months or 95% occupancy, but in reality, I think we can treat the most likely deadline we'd be enforcing would be the 24 months.
Okay. And are those milestones you think strong enough to protect the city?
I think they're strong enough to protect the city. These were heavily negotiated both in every iteration of the agreement, and candidly, they're stronger in this agreement. They're clearer, they're simpler, there's less sort of caveats and all of that. So, it's not, I don't think it's look, I wish they were going to be done tomorrow, but short of that, I think this is a good outcome for the city.
Counselor, do you have a question? No. You looked like you did.
I'll ask a similar question. So in terms of this project's not looking for public subsidy, like it should be sort of something similar. They're not looking for contribution from the public, similar to what was done with the stadiums.
So this, candidly, they don't have a fully solved capital stack on the market rate or on the mixed use project because it's so far, they're pretty far from a financial closing. But this is the only subsidy that the city will be providing.
Would be the 20-year.
Would be the 20-year
Stabilization.
Okay,
If you want to categorize that as a subsidy, but yes.
mhm. And also, could we get an updated appraisal on this as well, on this property? This is a city-owned property as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Also a sales wrapped into this, yes.
Yes, correct. Same exact concept where it's city-owned property with an option to purchase when they're about to start construction.
And it's been vacant land forever since Newell Lumber left, I think, right?
Lumber.
Newell Lumber.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a new lumber store. Oh, no, that's, it's on the other side. It's on the waterfront side. Okay.
Yeah, Newell Lumber was right on the,
Really?
right about where the landing is right now.
Landing, yeah.
Till it burnt down.
It was very recent that it was occupied, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
Counselor.
Again, at property, I asked a lot of questions. I can't remember if I asked this one. The 3% escalation, that's growth trend. That's common in Pawtucket, the 3%. That's what it looks like.
This project,
Yeah, okay.
Anyone else? Okay, if you'll have a seat, fellas. Anybody in line, anybody online, Michelle?
So for those that are joining us online, if you'd like to speak at this public hearing for the tax stabilization for Taft Street, please raise your hand at this time or hit *9 if joining us by phone. Mr. President, I see none.
Anybody here in attendance? Oh, Mr. Ford.
Pat Ford, 4010 Oriental Street. Yes, in Providence. Councilwoman, excellent question. I would just like to point out amongst, carrying forward the same questions that I asked before. Right now, the city of Worcester, as I mentioned, in a similar structure to Tidewater Landing, is eating, literally taxpayers are laying out $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 a year to subsidize it, despite the claim that, not one taxpayer dime would be paid for it. Equally important is the near collapse of the super TIF district that surrounded the Polar Park. And in fact, as recently as a couple of months ago, the city of Worcester was threatening litigation against all these folks and all these guarantees and all these plans and all these rollouts and all the little mock buildings and all the little ceremonies that take place when stuff like this starts. The ending virtually everywhere surrounding this type of development has been less fortunate. And again, I want to remind folks, for the purpose of the folks who are here from your Rhode Island Football Club, that none of the promises they made relative to World Cup activity have come true. Implications, maybe not promises, but I think you get the point. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll declare this public hearing closed, and we are on to public hearing number 5.
All right, as advertised for public hearing, a hearing regarding a resolution authorizing a second amendment to the 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Tidewater Stadium LLC for the property located at 11 Tidewater Street, AP 65 L 723 Stadium. My motion is to convene this public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Ruja, second by Councilor Codier, that we convene a public hearing regarding a resolution authorizing a second amendment to the 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Tidewater Stadium LLC for the property located at 11 Tidewater Street, Assessors Plat 65, Lot 723. The motion is to convene a public hearing. I will do so at 9 o'clock. I think we're looking for both of you gentlemen to come back up again. This is the second amendment to the second.
Amended and restated.
Right, and restated, yes.
That's a good note to start on, because I think we need to go back to kind of where this agreement started for this amendment to make sense. So when the development was first not just proposed, but we first did the initial development agreement, we did the initial tax stabilization agreement. The understanding was always that the stadium was going to be tax exempt. And actually the negotiated terms of that original deal were that the stadium was going to be tax exempt for the full 99 years. We were able to negotiate that down to 20. And that was the first TSA. But the initial, if you go back to the initial documents, they all said fully tax exempt stadium. The reason for that was that the operating budget for the balance of the development, which was of course always conceived as one large development, more operating flexibility in some of those larger residential mixed-use developments. Then the first set of amendments to the tax stabilization agreement was after the city agreed to put in the $10 million in support for the stadium. And the concept was, well, the city needs to make that $10 million back. Like we're not going to just give it to you. It needs to come back at some point. But at that point, the stadium was still the only piece of property that was in active development. And so it still had to go back on the stadium, even though the understanding was always that really the stadium should be tax exempt and the balance of the development should bear the property tax. So when we negotiated the tax stabilization agreements we just discussed and the amendment to the lease and all of that, Fortuitous and their partners said, look, we'd really like now to move the tax revenue from the stadium, the obligation from the stadium to the other components of that development. And we said, well, the administration is open to that, but the stadium's here. And even though we're now making great progress on these subsequent phases of the development, the shovels aren't in the ground yet. There's no guarantee. And most importantly, that tax revenue is not flowing. So that was several months of back and forth over, well, we'll consider reallocating the tax burden, but we need a mechanism to make sure that it's not going to result in a gap where basically there's no tax revenue flowing, towards that $10 million component. And so
we're talking roughly 400,000 a year. Yeah,
that's correct. Yep. So what this agreement says now is that the schedule stays the same on the stadium until the point in time that there's a certificate of occupancy issued on the market rate residential. And then
on division.
On division.
The wood project.
The wood project, the
phase wood
350
project.
unit residential, that's like the first piece of phase 1B. At that point in time, once that CO is issued and that tax revenue starts to flow under that tax stabilization agreement, the stadium tax comes off. And in fact, the stabilization schedule on that market rate schedule has that $10 million baked into it. And it's not even 10, right? It's the 10 minus the 400,000 a year over the next, whatever, 5 years. But that's generally speaking the structure. So when you look at the words on the page in this amendment, it's actually a very simple amendment, but I thought that background would be helpful to explain kind of why it's doing what it's doing.
And when it switches across the river, essentially after a certificate of occupancy, that is figured into the increase within the Division Street TSA we just talked about.
For the
Correct.
lifetime of the TSA.
Yeah, correct. So in other words, that tax stabilization agreement, if you look at the total of the 20-year payments, it's a number that's significantly higher than what you would expect based on the valuation just of that property.
Gotcha. Anybody have any other questions? Counselor?
Just along the same line, we're gonna get an updated appraisal on our property as well.
So this one doesn't have a purchase component in it. This is just the stadium TSA. No, it's actually not even on city-owned property.
It's an existing TSA already.
Narragansett Electric owns that property.
Okay. So they're leasing it from them, okay. Thank you.
Sure. Anybody else? Okay, gentlemen, have a seat for the moment anyway. Anybody online?
And just to clarify for Councilor Gregor, the appraisals I attached to the ground lease resolution. So if you're looking for them, they're attached to the lease that has the option to purchase. So they're not attached to the TSAs, but the documents are there
attached to the lease
in your packet.
in your packet.
Okay, we're talking about the 2022 appraisals, correct?
One is 2025 and one is 2022.
Okay.
So one is about 9 months old and then the other one is older.
The older one.
Yep, but just so you, in case you need to find it.
Okay, thank you.
So online, we have some people that have joined us. If you're here for the public hearing on the tax stabilization for the stadium, please raise your hand at this time or use *9 if joining us by phone. Mr. President, I see none.
Okay, anybody here in attendance? Going once. I declare the public hearing closed. We are on to item 2.
Item number 2, I call for approval of the previous minutes from April 22nd, 2026 of the City Property Committee, the Finance Committee, and the City Council.
Second.
Been moved by Council Ruja, seconded by Council Wildenhain, that we give approval to the minutes of the April 22nd, 2026 meetings of the City Property Committee, the Finance Committee, and the City Council as prepared by the clerk. Are there any concerns, amendments, adjustments, deletions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
I call for approval of item number 3, which is the consent agenda and correspondence.
It's been moved by Council Ruja, seconded by Council Codere, approval given to item 3, the consent agenda and correspondence. Are there any items the members would like to discuss separately? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Item number 4 is a formal hearing, towing list, Coastal Collision and Towing Incorporated, 540 Pawtucket Avenue, Pawtucket, Rhode Island, 02860. My motion is to convene this formal hearing.
Been moved by Council Ruja, second by Council Moran, that we convene a public hearing regarding the towing list for Coastal Collision and Towing, Inc., 540 Pawtucket Avenue, 02860. I am going to declare the formal hearing open, and I know the Assistant City Solicitor is here with us. What have you?
So there's been much communication since this notice came out, which includes representatives of the company meeting directly with the police, me communicating with the police and representatives of the company. And although I think it's a little strong to say there's an agreement, it was stated by the police that they would not be pursuing any action at this time. And
Okay, I got it. Mr. Myers, it looked like you had a grinder there. I thought you were ringing because we having a late night. Thought it was House of Pizza there for a second. Okay, so basically the police department would not like to pursue this any further, yes?
yes, and to the extent that there's something like this in the future, it's probably going to be handled within the police department. It wouldn't be coming to you.
Okay, I know the ordinance provides for that, but this was the first time, probably the first time in Councilor Moran's, 30-something years that this has come to us. We were all a little bit surprised, especially, Coastal's been in business for a long time. Honestly, we've been towing a long time. So glad everything was worked out.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, I will declare the formal hearing closed, and we're on to item 5.
Item number 5 is communication from Christopher Montalto, Supervisor, Distribution Design, Rhode Island Energy, to the honorable members of the Pawtucket City Council, submitting a petition for installation of a joint pole at Pleasant Street to serve a new city-owned service cabinet for a stairway for stadium access to be approved pending approval from the Director of Public Works. Make a motion to file the communication.
Been moved by Councilor Codere, seconded by Councilor Rubio, that a communication from Christopher Montalto, the Supervisor of Distribution and Design for Rhode Island Energy, and honorable members of the Pawtucket City Council, submitting a petition for installation of a joint pole at Pleasant Street to service a new city-owned service cabinet with a stairway for stadium access to be approved pending the approval of the Director of Public Works. The motion is to file a communication. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 6.
Number 6 is a communication from Christopher Montalto, Supervisor, Distribution and Design, RI Energy, to the honorable members of the Pawtucket City Council, submitting a petition for installation of a joint poles at Power Road to be approved pending approval from the Director of Public Works. I move to file that communication.
Moved by Councilor Mr. Koviac, second by Counselor Wildenhain, that approval be given to, that we file a communication from Cristobal Montanto Supervisor for distribution and design for Rhode Island Energy to the honorable members of the Pawtucket City Council, submitting a petition for the installation of a joint poles, plural, at Powell Road to be approved by pending the approval of the Director of Public Works. Any discussion on the motion to file? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Number 7, the Finance Committee returns the following resolution with the recommendation for approval with the following amendment. Excuse me, a resolution authorizing the abatement of taxes for motor vehicles, real estate, tangible personal property for October, November, and December of 2025 in a total amount of $38,696.76. Amend the following: auto to $4,367.89, real estate to $30,481.33, and tangibles stay the same at $3,847.54. I called on for approval on a roll call vote on an amendment.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Wilderness, seconded by both Counselor Rubio and Counselor Moran, that the Finance Committee returns the following resolution with a recommendation for approval of the following amendment. Resolution authorizing the abatement of taxes for motor vehicles, real estate, and tangible personal property for October, November, December 2025. The total amount of $38,696.76. Amending the following: $4,367.89 for auto, $30,481.33 for real estate, and $3,847.54 for tangibles. Any discussion on the amendment? In that case, the clerk will call a roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Sokoviak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Number 8 is the resolution authorizing the abatement of taxes and motor vehicles for the real estate and tangible personal property for October, November, December of 2025 in the total amount of $38,696.76. Call for approval as amended.
I'm just going to ask that. This is as amended, yeah?
Yeah, as amended on a
Okay.
roll call vote.
Been moved by Counselor Wildenhain, second by Counselor Moran and Counselor Rubio, that a resolution authorizing the abatement of taxes for the motor vehicles, real estate, and tangible personal property for October, November, December in the total amount of it's an amended resolution, the total amount of $38,696.76. Motion is for approval of the amended resolution on a roll call vote. Is there any discussion? Clerk will call a roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Sokoviak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Number 9, the Finance Committee submits the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Rise Above All Properties LLC for the properties located at 258 Pine Street, AP 555, L 567, and 5L 568. I call for approval on a roll call vote.
Been moved by Counselor Wildenhain, second by Counselor Rubio and Counselor Moran, that the Finance Committee submits the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing a 20-year state tax stabilization agreement for Rise Above All Properties LLC for the property located at 258 Pine Street, Assessors Plat 55, lots 567 and 568. The motion is for approval on a roll call vote. Is there any discussion? Counselor.
I just would like to thank Director Burns for all his help in negotiating these. It's been very beneficial. All of the ones that we've negotiated, Bob's been instrumental in them.
Agreed.
I just wanted to add, just want to thank the parties involved too for investing in the city. Really appreciate it. You know, it's not often that we see partners like this with the city, so we thank you very much.
Anyone else? In that case, clerk will call a roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Sokoviak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Number 10, the Finance Committee submits the following resolution with the recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for the Fortuitous Tidewater OZ LLC for the property located at 45 Division Street, AP 23, L599, the Market Residential Project.
Been moved by Counselor Wildenhain, second by both Counselor Rubio and Counselor Moran, that the Finance Committee submits the following resolution with a recommendation for approval, a resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Fortuitous Tidewater OZ LLC for the property located at 45 Division Street, Assessors Plat 23, Lot 599. This is the Market Residential Project we spoke about in the first public hearing. Is there any discussion on this matter? Do you have your hand up?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, President Mercer. Once again, I would like to thank Jeremy Savage and John Simmons for all the work in negotiating, along with Director Burns, in negotiating this, because that's truly what it is. They negotiated the best interest of the city, and it's appreciated from the committee.
I'd just like to weigh in as well, because with the next four are right in line with this too. I would like to echo what the finance chair just said, for both sides of the negotiating parties. And I'd also like to, the council leadership was kept in the loop, ongoing during these processes. And it was very heartening to see both the finance committee and the property committee really delve into this last Thursday on this and the successive ones coming afterwards. A lot of very good questions asked. Some people might not think so, but I'm very much in favor of all of these TSAs. And I know what a hard negotiating time everyone had, because when they thought they had an agreement, they came to leadership and we were looking for just a little bit more. So, Counselor.
Yeah, and I want to echo what both you and Councilor Wildenhain has mentioned with the negotiations. And also, we've been waiting a long time for these properties to be developed, 30 plus years, and some of them even longer. And knowing that we're going to get some more apartments and mixed use in the future, and we're also going to have this land be developed and bring in some more tax money and revenue to the city, to help the residents and property owners and business owners alike. So I appreciate the willingness for everybody involved in investing in the city, and the negotiating team for getting really some fair TSAs established. So it'll be a benefit to the city and also to the benefits of the developers who are investing millions of dollars into our city. So thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Gregor.
Yeah, on the other hand, we need to do developments in the city, we need tax bases. But I just have a little concern with the fact that we're handing out a lot of 20-year tax stabilization agreement while at the same time increasing the residents' tax base, property taxes. I'm just curious, even people investing more than 20 million qualify per the ordinance for a 20-year tax stabilization agreement. Could we do it for 10 years instead of 20? So, because the whole thing with the Tidewater, they've received an excessive amount of public financing through the city, the state, and everything else, and then they are asking for more. It's a tough thing to consider, I think, but I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Counselor, just a couple of things on it. The length of tax stabilization agreements are spelled out in ordinance. So it's not just willy-nilly. There's an amount of investment that goes with a length of tax stabilization agreement. This is also not the stadium. This is a separate project in concert with other developers for the parcel across the river on Division Street that we have begged developers, begged for 30 plus years to develop. I don't know that, I think you said, but you might have misspoke, that while we were increasing taxes over this period of time. That's actually the opposite of what's going on. So I just wanted to clarify those couple things.
I thought property tax were increasing by 3%. Is that not accurate? I thought that's what the mayor said.
Yeah, but the the project's not in place yet.
I don't think the project's reflective of the 3% increase of the budget that he's just putting in, I don't think.
And that 3% was on residential.
Right.
Single family, so.
In the long term, this is gonna give us 15 million on one project, 13 million on another. So long term, over the 20-year period, we'll get about 28 million roughly off the top of my head, in tax revenue that we're not getting right now over that long term. So, you know, over that big picture, over those years, that'll help future budgets, you know, because we're getting the money in where we're not getting anything right now. So there is a caveat here for the city for a gain, you know, over the long term, over those 20 years.
Also, it's a give and take from both sides. It's a partnership, and I don't think we're just giving things away. I mean, they have to invest quite a bit into these TSAs. So again, we look at these very closely. Director Burns looks at them very closely. It's not like we're just signing them off and just rubber stamping these things. So
I probably couldn't have said any better than Council Rujo just said it. This is about trying to avoid 3 and 4 and potentially higher tax increases in years to come. We are expanding the tax base. We're expanding it just in those 2 properties by close to $40 million. That will offset the need for income increases in taxes going forward. That's not to mention the tax revenue, or it's not really tax revenue, it's in lieu of tax revenue from the Penrose project. And additionally, what we're going to be getting from the one we just approved on Pine Street. This is the whole idea behind tax stabilization agreements is to encourage development, multi-million-dollar investment in the city to help offset the need for tax increases. So in my opinion, it's a complete no-brainer. Council Wildenhain.
Council President, I would also just like to point out to the committee that we've had 10, 15 years tax treaties that have already gone by, that have already done, and people are paying market rate on the projects that they came and invested and came back to this council and wanted to invest more. They've asked for subsequent TSAs for other investments that they continue to do here in Pawtucket, and we're appreciative of it because it works.
And had it not been for those TSAs, the first 2 projects wouldn't have been built.
No.
So. Anything else? In that case, clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Councilor Ruzo.
Yes.
Councilor Codere.
Yes.
Councilor Gregor.
Yes.
Councilor Moran.
yes.
Councilor Rubio.
Yes.
Councilor Kubiak.
Yes.
Councilor Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Number 11, the Finance Committee submits the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for the Gratuitous Tidewater OZ LLC for the property located on Taft Street, AP 54L 827 Mixed Use Project. I call for approval on a roll call vote.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Wildenhain, second by Councilor Rubio and Councilor Moran. The Finance Committee returns the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing a 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Gratuitous Tidewater OZ LLC for the property located on Taft Street, Assessors Plat 54, Lot 827. This is the mixed use project across the river. Any discussion on this? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Councilor Ruzo.
Yes.
Councilor Codere.
Yes.
Councilor Gregor.
Yes.
Councilor Moran.
Yes.
Councilor Rubio.
Yes.
Councilor Kubiak.
Yes.
Councilor Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Number 12, the Finance Committee submits the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing a second amendment for the 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Tidewater Stadium LLC for the property located at 11 Tidewater Street, AP 65 L 723 Stadium. I call for approval on a roll call vote.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Wildenhain, second by Councilor Moran and Councilor Rubio, that the Finance Committee submits the following resolution with the recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing a second amendment to the 20-year tax stabilization agreement for Tidewater Stadium LLC for the property located at 11 Tidewater Street, Assessors Plat 65, Lot 723. This is the stadium's second amendment to the second restated lease. Any discussion? I'll just say that this is a commitment kept when the city had to come up with $10 million to push the stadium project over the line. This council was adamant that we were going to get that money back, and it was going to come back over time at 400,000. And I'll remind everybody, 400,000 a year, that is. And I'll remind everybody that that was ARPA money. That was not tax money. That was ARPA money that we were able to repurpose and able to retrieve over a period of time, but nonetheless be able to retrieve at $400,000 a year. This just continues that commitment and shifts it across the river to be continued until the $10 million is repaid. So again, I'm fully in support of this. Did you have a question, Thomas?
When the money starts to come back, does it just go, it's unrestricted or?
In the general.
Yeah,
fund.
Just goes to general
just
fund?
like any other tax.
Yep.
Goes into the, but it was in theory at $10 million on ARPA, it was restricted in some manner, right? It could only be used for X, Y, and Z, and then some. So it comes back to us into the general fund in an unrestricted uses. If that answers your question. Anyone else? Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Scoviac.
Yes.
Council Wilderness.
Yes.
8-0.
Number 13, the Finance Committee and the City Property Committee submit the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing the mayor enter into a memorandum of agreement with Pawtucket Tidewater OZ LLC. I call for approval on a roll call vote.
Second.
By Councilor, what's her name? Wildenhain. Second.
How do you forget?
Second.
I've had the last 16 things there. I don't
Seconded
know.
by Councilor Rubio and Councilor Moran, that the Finance Committee returns and the City Property, the Finance Committee and the City Property Committee submit the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement for Pawtucket Tidewater OZ LLC. Motion is for approval on a roll call vote. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Scoviac.
Yes.
Council Wilderness.
Yes.
8-0.
The finance, number 14, the Finance Committee and the City Property Committee submit the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a first amendment to the first amended and restated development agreement among the city of Pawtucket, the Pawtucket Redevelopment Agency, Pawtucket Tidewater OZ LLC, and the Tidewater Stadium LLC Master Development Plan Agreement, I call for approval on roll call vote.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Wildenhain, second by Councilor Rubio and Councilor Moran, that the Finance Committee and the City Property Committee submit the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a first amendment to the first amended and restated development agreement among the City of Pawtucket, the Pawtucket Redevelopment Agency, Fortuitous Tidewater OZ LLC, and Tidewater Stadium LLC regarding the Master Development Agreement. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Scoviac.
Yes.
Council Wilderness.
Yes.
8-0.
Number 15, the Finance Committee and the City Property Committee submit the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a first amendment to the second amended and restated ground lease by and between the City of Pawtucket, Pawtucket Tidewater OZ LLC, and the Pawtucket Partners LLC. I call for approval on a roll call vote.
Been moved by Councilor Wildenhain, second by Councilor Stacoviak. The Finance Committee and the City Property Committee submit the following resolution with a recommendation for approval. A resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a first amendment. Resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a first amendment to the second amended and restated ground lease by and between the City of Pawtucket, Fortuitous Tidewater OZ LLC, and Fortuitous Partners. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Scoviac.
Yes.
Council Wilderness.
Yes.
8-0.
I guess 16.
Yes. We just do. Okay.
Number 16, I was going to say, I was so used to Mark doing every single one. Why don't you just complete the rest of the meeting? But
Including claims and penalties.
Including
please.
That's a long one.
That's a long one.
it's very soothing. I'd rather just sit here and listen to Mark. The Ordinance Committee returns the following ordinance An ordinance and amendment of Chapter 410 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Zoning, Article 4 entitled Flood Hazard District. For first passage, motion to approve on a roll call vote.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Moran, right?
Yes.
Counselor Moran, seconded by Counselor Stacoviak. You've been sitting there quietly. The ordinance committee returns the following ordinance, an ordinance amendment of chapter 410 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Zoning, Article 4, entitled Flood Hazard District. This is for first passage on a roll call vote. Is there any discussion? Clerk will call a roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Sokoviak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
The Finance Committee returns the following ordinance, an ordinance and amendment of chapter
He's back.
59 of the Code of Ordinances to the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Pensions, Mandatory Retirement. For first passage, I'll call for approval on roll call vote.
Been
Second.
moved by Counselor Wildenhain, seconded by Counselor Moran, that the Finance Committee returns the following ordinance, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 59 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Pensions. It's mandatory retirement. For first passage, I will note that it's mandatory retirement for public safety workers, police and firefighters. Any discussion on the ordinance?
No, but when you went to do this question, I was gonna say, he's back.
In that case, the motion is for first passage on a roll call vote. Clerk will call a roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor. Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Sokoviak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
I don't get an audience?
You don't,
Yeah, I
you want to
told,
consider Miss Banning or?
I told them who had item 18.
The audience is right there on the camera.
Yeah, Miss
Item
Ba-
number
Mrs.
18.
Banning stayed for you.
Thank you. The Committee on Claims and Pending Suits returns the following claims for damages against the city: pothole claims, city roads. Stacy DeCruz approved for $300. Did I just take them all for approvals? Okay. Miguel Miranda approved for $300. Freddie Osorio approved for $283.88. Robert Massey approved for $300. I move to approve on a roll call vote.
Second.
The move by Counselor Rubio, second by Counselor Arujo, that approval be given to 5 pothole claims. Stacy DeCruz in the amount of $300, Miguel Miranda in the amount of $300, Freddie Osorio in the amount of $283.88, Brenda Lucier in the amount of $300, and Robert Massey in the amount of $300. Was that correct?
Yes.
Clerk
That's it.
will call a roll on those 5 approvals at those amounts.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor. Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Sokoviak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
The following pothole claims city roads will be are recommended to be denied. Brenda Lucier for the amount of $300. Barbara Pacheco for the amount of $126.36, and Abby Patnod or not?
Patnode.
Node for the amount of $209.03. I move to deny.
Second.
Was that 2?
Recommendations.
three.
That's 3.
What
Barbara
was-
Lucia.
Lucia was the
Chico,
denial,
and-
not a payment.
Barbara Pacheco and
Brenda.
Abby Patnode were both.
And Brenda Lucia.
And
Lucia.
Brenda.
Brenda Lucia.
Didn't we do Brenda Lucia for approval?
But that was a mistake.
Oh, that was a mistake. Brenda Lucier was not.
Okay, so then do you
approved.
have it correct? And we are now going to deny Brenda Lucia, Barbara Pacheco, and Abby Patno. So Brenda Lucia was a claim in the amount of $300. That's to be denied. Barbara Pacheco, the amount of $126.36. That's denied. And Abby Patnode, $209.03, all to be denied. Any discussion on those?
That is correct.
In that case, clerk will call a roll on those 3 denials.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor,
Yes.
Council Moreno.
Yes. Oh, what?
Moran.
Not even here. What are you doing?
Sir, hey. That was good all night. Wait,
Yeah, caught that.
Council Rubio,
Yes.
Council Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Okay, pothole claims to other cities. We have Barbara O'Neill, denied and referred to Central Falls DPW. I move to recommend to deny, please. Oh my God, Reverend, deny.
Do you want to do? Deny and referred.
By one,
All right.
deny and refer to CF Central Falls
11:45.
DPW.
Moved by Councilor Rubio, second by Councilor Rujo, that we deny a claim of Barbara O'Neill in the amount of $1,480 for a pothole and refer that to Central Falls DPW. Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer,
Yes.
Council Rujo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor,
Yes.
Council Moran.
You sure it's me this time? Yes.
I don't know. Maybe it was just wishful thinking. Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Contreras.
We're not done.
Heriberto Contreras
Yes, with the
denied and referred to the Providence DPW. Recommendation is to deny.
Second.
Moved by
roll
Councilor
call.
Rubio, second by Councilor Rujo, that a claim by Edalberto Contreras in the amount of $788.93 for a pothole be denied and referred to the Providence City DPW. Any discussion? Clerk will call a roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Rujo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor. Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
All right, Nicole Rafferty for the amount of $571.36 for a manhole. The recommendation is to deny and refer to Central Falls DPW.
We couldn't have done those two together?
I know. I'm
They don't pay anything at this
I
committee.
was
Yeah.
trying to hit a net.
Second.
But we have you here late.
Gotta hit a
And,
button that says
and you have young children, so. It's been moved by Councilor Rubio, second by Councilor Arujo, that a claim of Nicole Rafferty in the amount of $571.36 be denied and referred to Central Falls DPW. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Rujo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor. Council Moran. Council.
Wait, whoa. With all the denials, the tax rate is down to 2%. I'll just let you know that. Yes. Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Kubiak. Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Tyler Masseter for the amount of $235 for a pothole. Recommendation is to deny and refer to the Rhode Island DOT.
DOT.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Rubio, second by Councilor Arujo, that a pothole claim of Tyler Macedo for $235 be denied and referred to Rhode Island DOT. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Rujo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor. Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Kubiak. Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
The following recommendations are to approve Laura Agustini Lynch for the amount of $85 for property damage and Anna Quadros for the amount of $1,101.39 for property damage. Motion is to approve.
Been moved by Councilor
Second.
Rubio, second by Councilor Arujo, that two claims be paid Laura Agostini Lynch in the amount of $85 and Anna Quadros in the amount of $1,111.39. Any discussion on the motions to approve those two? Clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Rujo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor. Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Kubiak. Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Gregory W. Smith for the amount of $1,016 for property damage is to be postponed
To the next meeting,
to next meeting.
committee meeting.
Do I need a roll call? No.
And is the next one also going to be postponed or?
No.
All right, so let's go with Greg, let's move by Councilor Rubio, second by Councilor Rujo, that we postpone a claim of property damage in the amount of $1,016 by Gregory W. Smith to the next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Enterprise Mobility for the amount of $1,000 dollars and $461.82. Oh my God, I'm seeing things differently.
$1,461.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Rubio, second by Counselor Arujo, that a claim by Enterprise Mobility in the amount of, how much again? $1,461.82 be denied. Any discussion? Clerk will call a roll on denial. Yes for denial.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Arujo.
Yes.
Council Codere.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran. Council
Yes.
Rubio.
Yes.
Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wilden.
Yes.
8-0.
Anybody? No further business coming before the Pawtucket City Council. I make a motion that we adjourn for the evening.
Moved by Counselor Arujo, second by everybody that we adjourn. All in favor?